This is the February 3rd meeting of the Lancaster County Board of Commissioners. Our focus today is the mid-year budget review. I will remind you that this meeting is subject to the Nebraska Open Meetings Act, and a copy of which is hung at the back of the wall of the hearing room. The first item on the agenda is the legislative update. Mr. Gohout?
Good morning, Commissioners. Pleasure to be with you this morning. We have provided to you a copy of our written report that was sent to you last evening. We're going to do kind of a mix of Laurel and Hardy here because Brennan's going to have some of our verbal updates just because some of those hearings went until late yesterday afternoon, and so as a result, we're just going to kind of do. We didn't get it in the report before we sent it out. So if I look over at Brennan, that'll be the reason why. So just real quickly, we are now officially today 1/3 of the way through the 2022 session. Gosh, I just took us back a couple of years. 2022 session. And today, when we go back over there, they will continue the filibuster on LB 986, which is Senator Breezy's priority bill that deals with putting a limit on how much growth school districts can grab or how quickly they can grow with regards to their budget growth. So just as an on that point. Also on the agenda.
Sorry, that's basically 408, but tailored to schools, right?
Correct. So
it's what
think
we've done
408, but only to school districts. That's a great way to think of it. And then after that is LB 906, which is a bill that we have mentioned before in this meeting. It is Senator Ben Hanson's priority bill that deals with creating a state process for vaccine exemptions. And so that bill is up right after it. There will be a couple of amendments, a couple of cleanup amendments will come on it as well. So just so that you're aware, that's what they will. But I don't expect the cloture vote to happen until Tuesday. They're breaking for a 4-day weekend. I don't expect the cloture vote on LB 986 until Tuesday, based on time allocations. I'm going to turn to page 3 of your report. One thing that I would make note for the board is that on the 11th is the hearing on LB 1146, which is Senator Friesen's bill, changing provisions related to the Interlocal Cooperation Act. This is the bill that would require a vote of the people before you could enact an interlocal agreement. This bill again, the board took a position of oppose last week at this meeting, and so I think it's worthwhile to either plan for, I believe NACO will oppose it. There's going to be some other groups that oppose it. I would recommend we have a testifier at that hearing.
I would make that motion that we have somebody testify, but I don't know who's the right person. I'm not going to designate somebody, I guess.
Yeah, I would second that.
Sean?
Which day is it again?
The 11th.
I did get a call from DEC Council concerned about the impacts that this would have for DEC to issue bonds to build facilities for power. So
Yeah.
if we are testifying, we might work that concern in, because we use that bonding authority, right, Karen, to do improvements to many of our governmental county, city, and state facilities, as well as, well, so
No one else wants it, I'll take it.
that would be great.
Yep.
Yep.
I can do
Yep.
Okay, do we need a,
I did a motion.
do a motion? Okay, do you want to call the roll, Leslie, please?
Yes.
it. Yes.
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 Jumping ahead, page 5, LB 880, this This is the commissary bill that the board took a position on Tuesday during your board meeting. I'm going to turn over to Brennan, who had this hearing yesterday.
Yes, as Joe noted, this hearing was yesterday in front of the Judiciary Committee. Proponent testimony was given by RISE, which I'm sorry, I don't know what the acronym there stands for, but an advocacy group on behalf of inmates and I believe families, as well as the ACLU. I would note that some of the questioning came up focusing on what items are given to inmates without cost and what items they are required to purchase and how that works with the indigent population. We have discussed this with Mr. Johnson, who's going to give us a listing of those products, and we'll forward that to the committee and answer any of their questions. So,
Yeah, it seemed to get a little caught up on that. Like
Yeah.
like, are we charging people for shampoo?
Right.
Are we charging people for Irish Spring soap is what Lathrop specifically said. You know, I mean, those sorts of things. I just think there's a perception that, and I think we can clean that up with here's what we do give folks for free, and if they want something
And-
different.
Isn't that regulated? I mean, you have to provide certain items under jail standards, right? And then if they want, well, I'll let you explain it.
I don't know if jail standards particularly addresses that. I'm trying to think. I'm not sure. I can tell you that in our department, basic hygiene items and feminine hygiene items are provided for free. Now, is it Irish Spring? No, it's not Irish Spring, but you know, and then for folks who are indigent, we have an indigent kit that they can request, and you know, it's got soap and shampoo and toothpaste and toothbrush and a comb and deodorant and pencil or whatever, and you know, all that stuff is just handed out. So
Okay.
now, if you want Irish Spring or a dial or whatever, you gotta buy that with your own funds.
And then LB 886, recall that this was the provide requirements relating to pregnant prisoners and detainees. Right before the hearing last week, actually, as we were sitting in the hearing room, Senator Kavanaugh took a picture of an amendment that she then shared with us. We shared it with Brad. It addressed the concern of making sure there was conversations between the hospital and corrections. However, those of you who may have seen the hearing, there was a lot of opposition that came primarily from the York Hospital, because with the women's facility in York, there was a lot of the conversation focused on things like protecting their employees and those types of situations. So I would tell you, I think the committee was a little bit surprised at the level of that opposition, but I didn't get the sense that they were really going to focus on trying to advance. I think a lot of work would need to be done to address what York put out there as far as concerns go. So not something I expected to see was we always, I think we can become very myopic about Lincoln and Lancaster County, and then we realize that in York, Nebraska, they're facing this with some regularity, and they don't have the population base they don't to pull healthcare professionals from. So I thought it was a very compelling hearing, and so I would suspect that we may not see, if it is, it's very scaled back. So Department of Corrections, of course, opposed it as well. Turning to page 6 of our report, LB 743. This was one that Mr. Durbin had labeled as a concern. This deals with the under Open Meetings Act and subcommittees of the public body to hold a closed session. Dave, do you want to talk a little bit about just what you think this could do?
Sure. 743 was introduced under the guise of discussing subcommittee closed sessions, but really our main, and I'm not sure that language is written very accurately, but our main concern is that it then narrows the scope of allowable closed session topics. There is a lot of control in the public bodies right now to determine what would affect the public interest. And here, there's in the section on closed sessions now, there's a non-exhaustive list. This would make it an exhaustive list. So it would be only those topics covered. There would be no give for any kind of discretion in the public body.
NACO is going to oppose this bill. I would recommend we take a position of oppose, and I would recommend a letter to back up the NACO testimony in opposition.
So moved?
Second.
All right, call the roll.
Sean,
Yes.
Rona,
Yes.
Krista,
Yes.
Deb.
Yes.
So motion carries.
LB 1035 and 1036.
Both of these bills were heard yesterday before the Judiciary Committee well into the evening. I think they adjourned about 6:30 from these proponent testimony provided by Corey Steele with the Nebraska Supreme Court, as well as the ACLU of Nebraska opponents, the criminal defense attorneys, the Bar Association, Joe, I'm missing.
County attorneys.
With-
And then the working group on problem-solving course, Webb Bancroft, led the testimony in opposition.
With a great deal of testimony being that there weren't very many individuals at this table when these were developed, that many of these systems are currently working well. Senator Geist was very questionable of both bills in the committee, and we can expect that once this moves kind of internal, a lot of discussion to be happening on moving these forward. Corey Steele, obviously on the problem court side, on 1035, Lancaster County was prominently noted, along with Douglas County as being the two that would be folded under, with Senator Geist bringing forward kind of that perspective that it's working well in Lancaster County. So just putting that on your radar.
And then I think on 1036, I would tell you that the testimony moved from, hey, we need to deploy these these referees into these courts very broadly, to a position of, gosh, can we just try this out and maybe deploy one or two of these into those courts that want them, versus doing a broad-based deployment of referees more broadly. I will tell you, as somebody who's not somebody who works in these problem-solving courts, I thought some of the points that were made were very compelling, particularly because a lot of the comparison that the court brought forward on 1036 was child support referees. And, some of the opponents sort of talked about, now that's a civil proceeding. When you're talking about drug court, or you're talking about some mental health court related issues, or the veterans court even, those are criminal types of offenses,
yeah.
and there are real sanctions that can come down to folks. So I do think that there probably is going to be some balancing that they're going to have to probably go through, and deciding how they want to proceed. But I definitely got the drift that and Senator Lathrop even said it kind of took him by surprise. I mean, about the level of opposition from those groups. So I'm going to turn to page 7, LB 1229, Senator Hilkelman's appropriate federal funds for the Department of Economic Development to provide funds to a tax-exempt organization for certain sports and fitness programs, stipends for certain internships, and certain facility rental costs. This bill was introduced by Senator Hilkelman, and this is something that we have put on our radar screen as something that potentially we may want to be aware of. It's ARPA funds, and could be used for the development of sports facilities. So I would recommend support with a letter.
So move.
Second?
Call the roll, please.
Rona,
Yes.
Krista,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Deb.
Yes.
4-0, motion carries.
Do they have a dollar amount that they're requesting to be allocated to DEC?
That's a great question. Let me.
Oh, that's right, next week's fine.
Well, it's a federal fund. So a lot of these. Here's a lot of these bills that deal with ARPA funding are pretty much appropriating the money over to DED, particularly in this circumstance. And then it's up to DED to develop the program under the federal,
Okay,
for the distribution of the federal dollars. So I'd have to go back and look at the exact amount, what they asked for.
I'm just curious.
Yeah. LB 859, Senator, I was about to say Senator Durbin, brought this to your attention. But Senator Clements's bill to require city county health departments to obtain approval for DHMs. We took a position of oppose last week. The hearing has been scheduled for March 2nd. Turning to page 8, LBs 762 and 893, Brennan.
I would note that these were held on what is commonly known around the Capitol as no question day in committee hearings. So when I say that there were very few questions that day, just know. 762 by Senator Dorn and 893 by Senator We appeared in support in order to have the Lancaster County support letters added to the record. I thank both senators for their willingness to introduce these topics. Support was given by providers and advocacy organizations working in those realms with no real questions coming up. I would note that the Appropriations Committee is really, for the grand scope of the session, just getting into the work of their session. That out of the 600 and something bills introduced, 133 of them were appropriations bills. So they are just now, when you talk to an appropriations member, they say, "Thank you for the information. Now we're going to work on it." So we'll keep watching this as things unfold over the next few weeks.
LB 1022, Senator Friesen's bill. The hearing was held on the 1st. You will recall that this is the bill that the Department of Motor Vehicles asked us to introduce because it would clean up one of the funds components of how it flowed under our 24/7 bill from last year. And so I would just note that hearing did happen. Proponents were Senator Friesen, of course, Lancaster County, and DMV. The hearing lasted less than 15 minutes, and I suspect that the bill will advance to general file and be merged into the department's cleanup bill. LR 283CA, Senator Bostar's bill, constitutional amendment to authorize any city, county, or other, I'm on page 9, other political subdivision that operates an airport to expend revenue for developing regularly scheduled commercial passenger air service at the airport. This is a constitutional amendment that's required in order to allow for dollars to be expended in this specific way. I would recommend support
Via letter?
via letter.
I so move.
Second.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
Rona,
Yes.
Krista,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Deb.
Yes.
4-0, motion carries.
And we will assume that Nick Cusick will be there leading this testimony.
City of Lincoln will be there. LIBA will be there in favor. The State Chamber will be there in favor.
Okay.
David Harrington is testifying in favor for the airport, as well as Bill Austin. And there are more, and I'm losing.
Okay.
Great.
So our
This
letter
is-
will be sufficient.
We will, yes, and we will just plan to do the, sit in the chair and say, here's a copy of our letter of support. Any questions? The people before us know more than I do, so we'll just do it that way. Finally, LB that are up today, LR 264CA, Senator Erdman's bill, constitutional amendment to prohibit the imposition of taxes other than retail consumption taxes and excise taxes. In other words, eliminate all taxes, including property taxes, in favor of a consumption tax.
I move we oppose.
A second.
Yes.
All right. Via letter? Or just,
I just think we need to take a position of oppose. I would just note that there's going to be a lot of folks who come in on this particular bill because it's eliminating everything.
so just
I
being
just
on
think-
record? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Motion to go on record opposing LR 264CA. Call the roll, please.
Rona,
Yes.
Yes.
Krista,
Yes.
Deb.
Yes.
4-0, motion carries.
Two bills that I want to bring to your attention that are scheduled for public hearing on next Wednesday, the 9th, LB 1200 and LB 1276. These two bills, the county did file fiscal notes on both bills, that the cost could potentially be about $80,000. I think it's important to remember LB 1200 is a and 1276, or excuse me, LB 1200 is certainly a bill that's designed to bring a different component of the conversation about Senator Pauls's bill that deals with extension of statutes of limitations on when individuals can file claims against private entities. I'm not gonna, at the hearing, the Catholic Conference was the primary opponent to that bill. This bill is meant to act as the counterbalance to that, I would argue, and that is that this is talking about public entities, not just private entities. So I would note that this is one that will be up next week. I think that there are certainly going to be plenty of opposition to this bill, would be my sense. I don't know that we necessarily need to take a position on it, but I just bring it to your attention. And similarly, on 1276, a similar amount was filed by as a fiscal note by Lancaster County, dealing with LB 1276, provide for civil actions against law enforcement. On next Friday, two bills, LB 983, that deals with provisions relating to industrial development powers of counties, cities, and villages, and then LB 1135, Senator Merman's bill dealing with conservation, preservation easements and property tax exemptions. I think this is safe to say this is the continued conversation around conservation easements. These hearings are both after our next meeting, so if there's something comes up from a department director on these 2 points, I would recommend we take those up next week. And then finally, just putting on your radar screen, LB.
Have we run 1135 by the planning department? Do we have any input from them? And could we?
This is the first time it's been on my radar.
Yeah. I think that would be helpful, just to
Okay.
get their input. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And if I could, Commissioner, Madam Chair, I would also argue the same thing on 983, because that's development of industrial development powers and that sort of thing. So both of those I would recommend they run by. And then finally, putting on your radar screen, LB 935 that has hearing on February 14th, adopt the County Minimum Wage Option Act, allowing counties to establish minimum wages within the jurisdiction of their counties. That bill is set for Valentine's Day.
Yep. So in the interest of full disclosure, in my other role, I have worked on this bill. I really think Lancaster County should come in support of this. This is a fundamental argument about local control. With ballooning inflation, rising property valuations, rising real costs of food and fuel, there are areas in our state that need an increased wage. And let me be very clear, there are areas in our state that don't need an increased wage too. There are places that an increased minimum wage would be harmful for a lot of, but there is a growing pressure to do another statewide increase, either through a petition process or through the legislation. This is a way so that communities can tailor their minimum wage to the needs of their individual counties. I really think we should come in support of it. I just think it's really smart legislation. I like it a lot. So I'm going to make the motion that Lancaster County support this.
Today or next week?
I'm gonna do it now because I think I've given everyone a heads up on this that it was coming for a while. If I'm being asked to hold off until next Friday, we don't have to make the decision now. I was just gonna do it now.
I will be opposing Lancaster County's support. There was a very large discussion at NACO that kind of changed my way of thinking. There were several of our board members are small business owners, and they felt that it should be their decision to decide how much to pay their employees. And the option is always there to pay more, and commissioners were concerned about having that responsibility on their shoulders, kind of wading into new waters and really taking control away from the local business to set the wages where they feel they need to be set, so.
And I would argue a statewide petition would do that more thoroughly than anything else. That if local business has frankly more influence in a local county board's decision, and they can go talk to their local representative in a way that you can't when, there's a big ballot initiative. That's my argument.
I will second the motion, because while, yes, businesses should determine that wage, we see businesses that don't set it high enough, but their employees then do lean on, they need social services, they need supports, and paying somebody enough to be self-sufficient is important.
So,
But I guess the one thing that I've always said, and I wish that I would have heard the argument that NACO had. I do believe, though, that local control is really a significant thing. I would rather that it be dealt with within the county rather than a statewide thing, because definitely what is happening in, the western counties is different than what is happening actually right here. And
But you still have I'm just assuming that every business entity in the state will be opposing this. And I think it's taking the control away from the local businesses to do what they feel that they need to do to retain and attract quality employees.
full disclosure, I've actually had some conversations with the state chamber about it, and they don't like it, but it's not on their radar as a top enemy. They said the real wage is higher in most places anyways. So that's where I'm at. We've got a motion in a second. If it doesn't go through, it doesn't go through, but I hope it does.
Call the roll, please.
Sean,
Yes.
Krista,
Yes.
Rona,
as I said, I like the idea of local control. And I would rather leave it in with the counties rather than make it a statewide thing. So I would vote to support this. Yes.
And I will oppose. Yes, no.
That is our report for today. Happy to answer any
Great.
questions.
Thank you very much. Oh, well, no, Brad has something. I guess you're not done.
Real quick, I just wanted to answer your question. Yes, jail standard does address, it's very broad.
Okay.
It says soap and other appropriate hygiene items
Okay.
to be provided.
All right.
So,
That's on the back of my mind. All right on time. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you.
See you next week.
Sounds great.
Okay, now we're moving on to mid-year budget review. Dennis, you attracted quite a crowd today of interested parties.
It's probably just my personality, so. Okay, so today we are going to talk about where we are at mid-year. So a few things just to kind of set up what we're going to do for today. We're going to kind of go over some numbers on where we were at through December. Most everything that I will be pulling from for numbers and stuff like that will all be coming through our portal that we have set up so that, anybody out there wants to take a look, they have the option to do it at any point in time today.
And you want us on that as you go through.
Yeah, and we'll kind of walk through there. I'll kind of just remind you how to get into that portal, but it also lets anybody that wants to get in there, they can. Now, today when we get into some of those reports, I've kind of tweaked them back to December, but after I walk out of here today, I'm going to open it back up, and it will be as current as of yesterday. So I just kind of want to remind everybody, once we update those reports, it gets updated on a daily basis. So there's not a whole lot more financial information right now that I can get out there. So we'll talk about numbers. We'll look at some of the requests for this current year that we're in. We'll have some departments come up and talk about those current year requests. We'll also talk about amending a fund or two. We'll talk about ARPA stuff, reporting, and then we'll start talking a little bit about future funding issues. We're not going today we're not going to talk a whole lot specifically about each of the department's future funding issues. You'll see the list, you'll see their responses. You know, those will become topics as we start doing budget hearings and stuff like that. So, and then we'll just kind of talk a little bit about next year's budget process. There's a couple changes out there, and we'll talk about that a little bit. So, let's kind of hop into it. You know, I will remind everybody that you know, there is a lot of good things happening at Lancaster County right now today. You probably won't hear a whole lot of that from me today. So I just want full disclosure before the life is sucked out of the room. I just kind of want to go with full disclosure. So let's jump out to OpenGov. So there's a couple different ways to get out there. You can go to Lancaster County's website, go to the Budget Fiscal Office, hit the transparency portal. That will pull you out there. There's also a link on the agenda that will automatically take you out there as well. I've also got, if you have the ability to log into OpenGov, I've set up a dashboard out there that has these 4 reports that I've got set up. The nice thing about these reports is all I really got to do is bring in the next fiscal year, and these things just keep getting updated. So as I mentioned, that we can go out there and take a look at this information. You will be able to see that I just keep adding a year. So, you know, we're going to have 4 years of activity and stuff like that out there. So that's the way that we can kind of get out there.
I really like this program.
I've also got a couple items on the agenda that I'll hop back and forth from. The mid-year budget review will have a few items out there that I will talk about. The OpenGov reports PDF is just me PDF and everything that we will go over in OpenGov. So there won't really be any reason to kind of get into there at all. But so I'm out on the portal. As you can see up there, you've got reports and you've got stories off on the left-hand side. I'm going to go out under stories right now, and under 21-22 adopted budget, I am pulling that up. And so what these stories do for me is it allows for me to just kind of use charts and graphs and verbiage and stuff like that to explain, when we adopt a budget, what did we do? So this is our adopted budget that we're working with this last year. So I want to just kind of remind us a little bit about how we built this budget so that then we can talk about what's happening to the budget now. So in this budget that we're in, we dropped the levy by 1.75 cents last year. So our current county levy is 26.4076 cents. So that is where it's at right now. If I jump over to the right place here, to the mid-year budget review, I've got that story in there, but what I'm also going to want to just kind of talk about, here is our last 10 years worth of levies. So you'll see the 26.4076 that we're at right now, but you can kind of see where we've been at over the last 10 years. And a lot of that, you know, where you've seen some of the up and down, you know, that was also where we've kind of messed with the RTSD levy to try to keep the levies across the board as even as possible. So this is what has happened over the last 10 years. And this is why, you know, anytime a bill comes up to limit us on growth and all of that, you know, our spill is always, look at Lancaster County, we look at it on an annual basis, and instead of forcing us to take the same levy or as much growth as we possibly can get, look, we try to figure it out year by year, what our priorities are, and then some years are better, so we reduce. Some years when we need it, then we increase it up. But this is what that kind of shows you. When I go to the next graph on this one is another one that I like to use because it shows increase in valuation versus increase in property tax. You know, some people always like to say, well, the levy's staying the same. Well, that's great, but it really comes down to what did valuation do. Levy can stay the same, but if you have a valuation growth of 12%, you're still taking 12% more. So what you can see in our current year budget that we're in, valuation grew by over 11%. We were able to drop the levy by the 1.75, which still increased our tax request by 4.17%. So that's what this graph is showing you, is just how each year we've taken a look at things, and some years we take the full valuation growth, but then other years, you know, we're trying to figure out what do we need for that specific budget year. So you can kind of see how it's kind of moves around between valuation and property tax. Okay, so budget of expenditures this year, and I'll get a few questions every once in a while because, you know, our budget of expenditures jumped to about $248 million this current budget year, which ended up being almost a 23% increase in expenditures. The one thing that we have to remember there is what drove that. You know, I talked about our property tax request was about 4%, and you know, and the topic of today, a lot of it will be is how much property tax it drives our revenue source. So we've got to have something that drives this up 23%. Well, it's really all federal money. You know, the American, you know, ARPA, we bumped up our expenditures this year by $20 million. Now, you know, we're gonna eventually have 62 million sitting there. We received the first part. We budgeted 20 million to spend because we knew we weren't going to spend the whole 30 million that we'd received. We'll receive that other 31 million this year, and so then we'll have it all here. But it's going to drive our budget. It's going to make our budget fluctuate for these next few years quite a bit. I mean, that's just what it is. But what we'll do is, you know, we'll try to make the best guesstimate at how much are we planning to spend each year instead of just budgeting $50 million just to bump our budget by $50 million. So that will be done something probably in the next 3 or 4 years as we're trying to finish that out. The one thing with ARPA that I just want to kind of talk about a little bit is sometimes when people hear and see that our budget went up and we're getting this $60-some million in ARPA, people automatically think it's a windfall for the county, and now we've got so much money we can basically do whatever we want. You know, what I would say to that is I wish that was the factor, because today what you'll hear is some of the things that are happening to this budget that will go against that we've got all this money sitting here for ARPA. I mean, right now, the biggest thing is going to be trying to figure out what do we do with those ARPA funds, and we're starting to knock chunks out of there. But the one thing that I want to remind you, because People love to come and ask, can we use this for ARPA? Can we use this for ARPA? We're going to probably be going into this next budget year, once we start talking about it a little bit more, we got to remember Lancaster County itself is maybe going to need to use some of that ARPA money to survive for next year's budget. And if you've heard me talk about the use of ARPA funds, I've always kind of said I hate using it for operating expenses, because you use it, the next year you got to come up with how are you going to make up for that. So I hate that idea, but it might have to be an idea that we have to seriously think about. So so when we start thinking about ARPA stuff, we got to remember some of that still has to possibly be thought about for Lancaster County itself. So, I've talked about the ARPA stuff. We also got CARES Act money in. We also got emergency rental assistance money that came in. The feds have really changed up. It used to be feds would never give you money up front. They'd always be like, spend it, we'll reimburse you. Well, that's changed a lot, because now we've got the ARPA money sitting here. The CARES Act money all showed up in one chunk. The emergency rental assistance money showed up in one chunk. So now we've got that money actually sitting there. So that also then sometimes will make it look like, wow, your fund balances look great.
Yeah.
They do look better, but there's ties to all of that. So we just got to kind of remember that. So when we talk about that $248 million budget, the thing that changes a little bit is that the ARPA funding has kind of just changed some of the percentages on the functions that we're spending money in. So in there, I note that Health and Human Services jumped to 13.66%. ARPA funding basically doubled that. So these next few years, our percentages on what we're looking to spend on is just going to look a little bit out of whack on what it's been most of the time for the county. Let's see. What else? General fund expenditures. Most of our increases on the general fund side this year coming in was close to being strictly personnel, salaries, and benefits. Over last year, we added about 10 positions, and at mid-year we have added positions before, because we'll hear that it's only going to cost us $20,000 to finish out this year, and then we forget that that's going to turn into $80,000 to $100,000 next year. So that's what drove a lot of our current year budget. Was we didn't, the year before we probably got in, we were kind of looking at body cameras, things like that. One of the years we were looking at putting additional money into roads and bridges. We've kind of set different priorities over the different years. This last year, it was really just kind of moving in the same direction, but it was all just additional personnel that drove everything. That's what kind of drove the increases. I've talked about our revenues, where property tax is no doubt the largest piece. We'll talk about cash reserve a little bit as we get out there. But this last year's budget, we were able to increase that cash reserve at the highest rate that we ever had been able to. And the reason that we were able to do that, because we all know how COVID affected different parts and stuff throughout the economy. The one thing that COVID did for us, it slowed our expenditures down, and it allowed for us to bank more money to set into cash reserves. Now, what you'll see today is this fiscal year that we're in, you'll see our expenditures have opened back up. So, so that's going to drive a lot of this stuff. But going into this budget year, our cash reserve was set at the highest level it has been. And you'll also be able to see that I've always talked about that, because cash flow wise, when we're trying to go from August, September to March, April for the next tax collection, we've got to somehow survive to get there. And sometimes in February, we have been real close to not having the money sitting there to cover it. What you will see this year is we're sitting a lot better, and it's all because what we did with the cash reserve. Now, are we going to push that down a little bit? Yes, but we're still sitting better than we ever had. On here it also shows the employees that we've kind of dealt with, and then the tax rate again. So let's jump over into the reports on OpenGov. And so when you go over there, you'll see down the left-hand side the names of different reports. I've still got our budget hearings out there from last year. Eventually I'll remove those, and then I'll add our new ones as we get into this next budget year. But go down to about the third report there. It's called Lancaster County Monthly Budget to Actual All Funds.
Okay. Now we're back on reports, you said?
Back on reports, third one down.
Got it.
And then if you click on that, it should pull up this first one. And then if you scroll all the way down towards the bottom, you'll see under the reports, it will show filters and views. And so you should be on views there. And then you've got, like, the first one's the Lancaster County total revenues and expenditures. Everybody see that?
Yeah. Yes, I think we're all there.
Okay. So we'll talk about these 4 different reports, but I've got all these different views built into it.
Okay.
So what you will see there is you'll see the chart above, and then below you'll see the data just by revenues and expenses, and you can see the dollar amounts there. So I'll just kind of toggle back and forth. If you lay over the charts, you'll be able to see some of the numbers there, but a lot of the numbers are down below, and I've got it kind of showed by month. And so if you scroll over to the December 21-22 actual column, that kind of shows you our revenues and our expenditures and what's kind of happened so far for this fiscal year. This includes all of our funds. The main fund that we'll focus on today is really our general fund, but this is just showing you everything overall. So what this will show you is at the end of December for revenues, we collected about $90.2 million. In expenses, down there towards the bottom, you'll see that we've spent about $87.1 million. So it really then says, right now, overall, we're to the good by about $3.1 million. I say overall because when we get to the general fund will be a little bit different. Some of these funds that we have sitting out there, we've got revenues for our sinking fund. We've got revenues coming into our Keno fund that we haven't maybe spent money yet. So that's maybe why some of this actually looks to the good right now. So one of the items I want to throw out to you is, our monthly salary and benefits really averages right around about $7 million a month. So that kind of tells you what kind of fund balances do we need to have sitting certain places. But it's about a $7 million expenditure a month between salaries and benefits.
Crazy.
You know, so when we look at this then, I'm going to jump down to the next report, the Lancaster County Salaries and Benefits. This will then show you,
I'm,
Sorry, I didn't see
we
what you
didn't,
wanted.
we don't, I don't think we have salaries and benefits.
if you scroll down to the views on the left-hand side,
Yep, there we go.
it's the next report down.
I'm not finding views, sorry.
Let me see, real quick. If you, so scroll this all the way down, like, scroll down.
Apologize, people, sorry.
And then these views here. So
Okay,
then- So then
okay.
just jump on to
I'm
that,
down, okay.
that second report.
Okay.
And this will show you that when you look at December, the 42.8 million, this is where you kind of look to see that we're around. The other compensation cost is really workers' comp. You remove that, we're right at about 42 million. So that's where you come up with $7 million a month
42.
for salaries and benefits. So that's an expense that is happening every month. The next few reports out here, and I'm not going to get into them a whole lot because I think the general fund's going to drive the majority of it. These are for all funds, and some of these numbers here will also include some of the grant money and stuff like that we have coming in. So when we get into the general fund, you will then see it really more by department and all of this. So, but this is just kind of showing you the first 6 months of expenditures for all of these by type. So as I'm going to jump down to the community entertainment and rec. This is a good example on where we're collecting money, but we just haven't spent a whole lot yet. You know, visitors promotion, we've done some things with that, so we're not really spending a ton of money there. The Keno, we're collecting it, but we really haven't spent a whole lot. Rural library is the same way. I collect the property tax, and then I make payments for that. So that's just a good example of, you know, why we're sitting pretty decent overall. I'm going to go down to fiscal year 22 actuals. And this line graph just kind of shows you revenues versus expenditures and then the difference. So you will see, you know, we always start out in July at a pretty decent level for revenue. So overall we had 33.8. We only spent 11. So you will see I'm gonna call the revenue color green. It's maybe teal. I don't know.
Green works.
You'll see there those first few months revenues are sitting above the expenditures as we're moving along, and that's where I kind of talk about as we start getting closer to December and we start getting closer to February. That's where our revenues start, you know, falling below expenses, and that's where it kind of gets really tight. So if you look right now at our December, this will show you that 3.1 that we're above. I'm going to go into fiscal year 21, and then you can kind of see what our last fiscal year kind of looked like, where the revenues were above, getting closer, kind of hanging out, and then kind of jump back up after we started getting the second half of property taxes in. So I've just got a few years worth of those on there so you can kind of see what the trend kind of looks like. Let's jump up into the next report. And this way, and it's the general fund monthly budget to actual. This will this will kind of just talk a little bit more about what's happening in our general fund. And this really kind of gets into what drives our property taxes. So when you look at the December numbers, you will see on our general fund that our revenues are about 55.6 million. Our expenses are about 59.6 million. So expenses are $4 million higher than what our revenue's coming in at. Now, is that the norm? It is somewhat the norm because we're waiting for our next property tax collections. So it is somewhat the norm, but we're trying to keep those as close as possible, because if we ended up this way at the end of the year, that really means we ate into our fund balances by about $4 million. And that would say, you know what? Now we've got to come up with $4 million just to put us back at the same step that we were going into last year's budget. So when we look at some of these numbers from this year to previous years, I'm going to... No, I'm not going to jump anywhere yet. But so last year when we came in at December, we were only about $1 million down. So what you can see is now we're about $4 million. So what's really driving all of that is our expenses. You know, our expenses are up $3 million. I'm going to...
What were we down the year before last year? Because I remember last year felt like an anomaly.
Yeah, the year before that we were down probably about $7 million.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna jump back over to my my mid-year budget review, and I'm gonna go down to page 9.
This is back under stories,
No, this one is back under the PDF off of,
the agenda.
yes.
Okay.
Mid-year budget review.
Yes, so it's on page 9 there. And this kind of shows you some of the numbers at the last 4 December. So, Sean, you were asking, so revenues less expenses, the last line item on there kind of shows you.
Yeah, there we
We're at 4 million now. We were at 1.7 last year. Then we were at 7.6 and 8.5. So last year came around and it just kind of, it helped us financially because a little bit of extra revenue came in and our expenses were down. So if you look at, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down, expenditures at December 31st. This year we're at 59.6 million. Last year we were at 56.7. The year before that we were actually at 57.5 and then 53.9 before that. So last year our expenses at December had dropped by about 1.5%. This year we're up by about 5.2%. If you look at our revenues down there, second to the last line, our revenues last year at December was up 10%. This year we're only up 1.13%.
Why is that?
So a couple things come into play. We sometimes when you tweak the levies at times, it takes a little bit to catch up with it because of timing. So last year we were probably still getting a little bit of a bump from the year or two before to drive it up.
Yeah.
Inheritance tax might have been up a little bit. Motor vehicle tax at the time might have been up a little bit. So you had those kind of going up. Well, now when our revenues only increased by about 1.13%, that's the driving difference. When our expenses are increasing by 5%, but our revenues are only at 1%, that's what makes that $4 million so-called deficit at this point in time. So that's why I say last year COVID just kind of slowed everything down. It at times it still feels like we're still, as we sit here in Mass, we're still in the COVID era, but our expenses are opening back up again. So that's, I mean, that's coming into play. I had mentioned earlier about cash reserve that the general fund balance, that first line, as well as the cash reserve, you will see that's what's helped us, because last year we were able to bank things and we were able to bump that cash reserve up. But that's an ongoing issue every year that we'll deal with. So anyway, I just kind of wanted to show you those general fund numbers a little bit, because when I jump back into the reports a little bit, I'm going to go to the next report, but it's down towards the bottom of the reports. It's the second to the last one, the general fund actual to actual.
Monthly. Okay. No.
Yeah, actual to actual monthly. So these numbers are all set up based off of where we're at each of the Decembers. So some of what I had kind of on that spreadsheet that we just looked at is really pulled from some of these reports, because we are comparing everything. So this first report here is personal services, so salaries and wages. So if you scroll down, you can see over the last 4 years where we've went from 32.4 million to 33.9 to 35.1 to 36.5. So when we talk about projections for next budget year, I usually estimate out anywhere from 2 to 3 million in salaries and benefits. That number for next year that we're going to be estimating out is going to be higher than that. I mean, because when we start talking about additional appropriations in a little bit, we'll talk a little bit about union contracts that aren't finalized yet and what kind of impact those are going to have on us. And we're talking right now, our numbers from last December has increased by about 1.4, 1.5. Our numbers are going to be quite a bit more than that when we start talking next year stuff. So these graphs here underneath here that I've got set up just show you really kind of by department in the general fund, by function. So like public safety, I've got corrections, I got sheriff, I got youth services, I got community corrections. You can then take a look to see what's been happening over the last 4 years for them. I've got each of those for each of the different departments, just kind of categorized by function type. So like right now I'm down in general government by department, and you'll see that the general government other there is up close to $2 million. Most of that right there is transfers being made that I've made from our general fund out to bridge and road, highway, crisis center, all the ones that we kind of do that. So this year, those numbers increased a little bit, but some of it's also timing. When you jump down, the other thing that you can just kind of take a look at to see what's kind of been the trend, and where it's kind of going. last view on this report, which is fiscal year 22, 21, 2019. If you go out there, this line graph kind of shows you, again, expenses versus revenues. And it just kind of shows you kind of that bigger difference of that 8 million, then the 7 million in between there. Last year, we got close, we were about 1 million. Now you just kind of see it widening back out a little bit. So I think what that's just kind of showing us is the trend that we're moving. Things are opening back up, and we got to seriously think about some things, because back there in 2018, 2019, when we started getting towards February, we were getting really, really tight there. So I think this is just a good illustration on showing you how it's kind of what we kind of did to kind of help us, but we also kind of see where it's going. Last report is that last one called General Fund Comparison of Actual Amounts by Fiscal Year.
General funds.
Here, what we've got is this one. The first report there is just showing what I've got on other reports. Items that I kind of want to show you is, let's go to capital outlay, third view down. I want to just show you a few items to show you what's kind of driving some of our stuff. So if you take a look at capital outlay right now, this current year, last year in December, capital outlay, had slowed down extremely. Now that we're opening it back up, you will see that you can just see the increases that we've got going on right there. Our equipment piece has increased by almost 90%. So, we just need to remind ourselves what's driving some of this stuff. If we go down to public safety overtime, as we talk about staffing and hiring and stuff like that, a lot of that stuff drives overtime also. So what this graph will show you is how what we're hearing is showing out that this is what's happening. We're paying more out in overtime. We look at property tax collections. You will see, by the graph, you'll see that it's increased, but it's really only increased. It's increased by about $1 million. So that $1 million is also trying to offset our $3 million more that we've actually spent. And what you will see is a lot of times we focus in on expenses a lot, because that's, we can't overexpend our budget. Statute doesn't allow that, but sometimes we forget about what is revenues doing to us. So, last year I said motor vehicle tax collections were up at December. If you look at motor vehicle tax collections this December, they're down a little bit. So, that's why we got to remember that. Now, inheritance tax is up a little bit this year. Now, the legislature is trying to tweak that thing, and I know we always try to figure out what does that actually mean to us. A lot of times, we never know the full effect until the year actually takes place. Right. Because you never know how many of the, certain classes are going to be affected. But right now, inheritance tax is up about $350,000. We get into interest. Now, interest this graph makes it probably, if you don't look at the numbers, this graph makes it look like, wow, that's big. Mm-hmm. we all understand interest is, we're struggling with that. It's kind of weird to say that we've collected $67,000 in interest. I mean, that's just weird to say. Because, if you look back in 1920, we had almost $800,000.
Oh.
So, again, it's not a huge number, but we tend to forget about these revenues decreasing. And that becomes kind of a player in the game, just like our expenditures do. We've been,
What is happening here with the interest income? What is the drop there? Because in theory, I mean, this last year, we have more in the bank.
and this would be general fund interest.
Right.
So,
And we're not holding it yet. Yep.
yep,
There you
so,
go.
so a lot of the ARPA and stuff like that is not part of this.
Okay, that's what I,
Yep. So then we look at the register of deeds revenues. Last few years, we've been loving that.
Yeah.
We have been loving it. Well, what it kind of shows you right now is it's kind of leveled off a little bit. So some of the things that we've been liking quite a bit that's kind of been helping us out now is either leveling off or maybe coming in a little bit lower. Youth services revenues. You can just kind of see over the 5-year period, it has increased out there this year, but you can kind of just see the fluctuation on what's been happening there also. Like I say, we tend to forget the piece of the revenues because we're always worried about what's our expenditures increasing by. Well, yeah, it's only 2%, but if our revenues are dropping by 2%, that's just a big as hit as that. Community corrections revenues are down this year. At December, sheriff's numbers are down a little bit this year. County attorney numbers are down a little bit this year. So that just tells you, why we're now at $4 million versus $1 million. Not only the expenditures, but also the revenues. Okay. Let me address a couple of our other funds that we've got to let you kind of know what's been happening there.
Dennis,
Yes.
I don't know if the board is interested in maybe taking a 5-minute break before we go into additional appropriation. So would that work in your schedule?
Yep,
Okay.
that is absolutely fine. So a couple other funds out there that that maybe we need to talk about a little bit too is just to kind of let you know what some of the changes are happening. Fund 14 is really kind of our health insurance fund that we keep track of, and the only thing that fund does not have any issues. The one thing that I want to note here is that you're going to see some difference this year maybe versus last year because me and Dave have been in conversations with Tracy Krause that used to show up in front of the board to talk about health insurance. We haven't seen her for a while. And so we have reached out and I think you're going to start seeing her more. We're going to have her come quarterly. We're going to have her be kind of more out in front so that we can maybe get a better feel for some of our health and dental and stuff like that so that we can track it a little bit more at our level so that if some changes do need to be made, we're hearing about it a little bit sooner than July, where we're already deep into budget and stuff like that. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out. We haven't seen Tracy. We've done a Zoom or two with her, and so I think you're just going to see some changes from that side, so we can be a little more active.
That's great. That's great.
Fund 18, which is our visitor improvement fund, things have changed there. where we're really not setting up any new grants out of that fund, because we have got the event center and we've got the zoo that is set up. And we were kind of concerned. We knew those first payments were coming up this year at February, and we were concerned whether we were going to have the money there to actually make that first payment. I did actually make those first payments last week, just recently, and so we ended up having enough money to cover those first two payments. Now, what does that do? It sends our fund all the way back down, and now we're back to the stage of collecting the lodging tax so that when next February rolls around, we're ready to make payment number 2. The numbers, how we got there was the numbers came in. We had a couple decent months. Rodeo actually took place. Husker football took place. So those numbers helped drive that a little bit. So we're sitting better than what we thought we would be. Now, we're not sitting great, but we're sitting good enough that we're able to make the payments that we need to, and stuff like that. So that should help everybody involved knowing first payment got made. Fund 19, which is our promotion side, that's where we are where we're doing a few smaller grants, the marketing type grants that we've done. We have, back in Fund 18, all we're doing there is collecting the lodging tax, making those first couple payments. Now we're back to collecting. Fund 19 is where we change that up, and we're using ARPA funding to cover our contract with the CVB. So we're still paying for those smaller grants, and we're still paying for some of the so-called bid fees out of there. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to grow that fund so that we can get that in a better place than what we had it in also, so that when ARPA funding is done, we're sitting in a lot better place for that next contract that we will use that piece of the lodging tax for. So both those funds are kind of operating the way we've tried to set them up to. Fund 28 is Keno money. Keno money, the majority of what we're doing with the Keno money is for Beltway, and in the first 6 months we haven't paid anything out for any pieces of property or anything like that yet. So revenue still coming in about on pace with what we had kind of budgeted for. So again, sometimes with Keno you kind of never know.
And we won't know the impact of the casino,
Right.
for 18 months or something.
Right. So at this point in time, Keno is still kind of on pace on where we kind of set up the budget, and so we'll just kind of keep tracking that, and we'll kind of see what happens with, I think right now with the casinos and stuff, I don't know that anybody really knows.
Yeah.
Fund 51 is our building fund. The big project that we've got going on right there is the election commission building. And I emailed Karen the other day just saying, okay, are we still on track? Just remind me. And Karen said, we are still on track. We're shooting for right around May 1. So it's all done before the elections and stuff like that. So that is our big project that we've got going. We've also got some money sitting in there for furniture and fixtures for the county attorney's move to their new spot. So we're still trying to get those numbers together so that we know where we're kind of sitting at. So in our building fund, and one of the some of the things you'll hear about today, and some of this stuff, we're gonna have to go back to, and you'll hear me say, we're gonna have to set priorities again, because that building fund is not gonna have a bunch of money in there to handle all of the items you'll either hear about today or see for next year's stuff. We're going to have to set priorities, because some of the stuff today that we'll talk about are not part of that facility plan that we did. And so you still got those sitting in there, and now we've got others that we need to talk about. And the biggest thing's going to come down to is, how do we fund it? There's no question on, is it a good project or not? It comes down to, how are we going to fund it? Last one that I want to talk about is the countywide sinking fund, just to kind of update you there. This is where we have put some of the CARES Act money. We've got about $4 million sitting out there for our CGIS project. So that's gonna start up here anytime soon. So we've got that there. We wanted to try to get that money sitting there so that we didn't have to come up with a way every year to figure out, how are we going to come up with $1 million? How are we going to come up with $2 million? So we've got that sitting there, and hopefully, with a little bit of forfeiture money from the sheriff's office, hopefully we've got the funding sitting there to complete the CGIS project. And then I also slid out $1 million of that CARES Act money to sit there for 68th Street. So that is sitting out in the sinking fund as well. So that's kind of what's kind of sitting out there. So I just kind of wanted to talk about those funds, because we've been putting money out there to utilize there. So then, Deb, I think for now, before we jump into additional appropriations,
Okay,
that 5 minutes would work.
okay. Be back at 10 o'clock.
So it's not on OpenGov. It's on page 11 of that document. So the items on here are just kind of the estimates for what are some of the possible needs to finish out this fiscal year. And on here, the thing is, when you look at some of these numbers, we've seen some numbers over the years that have been extremely large, and we've got a couple here, and we're going to kind of address them. But I think what we need to remember is, below these numbers, you will see that I've got that union contracts sitting there, and right now we've got 3 contracts out there that aren't finalized. When those union contracts get finalized, it's going to be at least a $2 million hit, and that $2 million hit is going to be the date that those things are signed, because it's going to be retro all the way back to August. So that $2 million number isn't going to be something that, we're only going to have a quarter of that this fiscal year. It's going to hit us. Now, to remind everybody, I set aside $2 million for what I call a contingency, but that contingency is really set up for cost of living raises, health insurance increases, and other costs that come up that we weren't prepared for, emergency type items. So that's what it's set up for. The union contracts will wipe that out. So when that happens, what concerns me right now is that this could be the first year that we've had to that we will have to amend the actual general fund. We haven't had to do that in my 15 years that we've been here. What that $2 million does is it gets set up, and then we just do a resolution and we transfer it between departments. Now, if that $2 million is not enough, which it's not going to be, I've got to come up with, how do we cover those costs? How do you cover those? You go into your fund balance. And the only way that you can get there is by amending your budget to, and say, instead of $129 million this year, we need to spend $131 million. So that will then drive that fund balance down, which will then cause us bigger issues for next year.
How does the additional appropriations that we're looking here, our mid-year at I guess I'll say it's 1.4, how does that compare to previous years?
Last year, we did, I want to compare the general fund. So the 1.1 million, last year we were right at about 1.1 million.
Okay.
The problem is we got the 2 million.
Right.
That's coming. So that's really kind of driving everything. And it will no doubt affect us as we go into next year, as we're going to try to figure out what we're going to do there. So some of these numbers up above, as you will hear, will probably be adjusted and stuff like that, but some of them might not be able to, and we still don't know what might happen for the remaining, 4 or 5 months that we've got right now. So anyway, that's kind of what I want to just kind of throw out right now is, we got to remember that once those contracts are signed, that it changes everything. It changes everything. Okay. So next, I'm going to start having some of these departments come up and start talking about what's happening for this current year. Now, on here, like I mentioned, some of these have requests for next year and stuff like that. I don't want to get a whole lot into those. I want to focus really kind of on this current year so we can figure out how we're going to survive. And then we'll look at some of the listing for future years, but I kind of really want to just focus on let's get through this fiscal year. So let's start with, I'm going to have Stephen and Melissa come up, and we'll start talking youth services stuff. First of all. And Stephen, I've got what you sent in the email last night. I've got it on here if you want any of those items pulled up.
I've got my notes. I'm good.
Okay.
I think, did the board get?
Okay, so we need to go
They did not.
back to an
And-
email from,
and
that
so,
came from,
Dave, right?
it came from Dave. Okay.
Oh, did you forward that?
You did.
Okay, perfect. So then they do have it.
Okay.
So if you don't need it pulled up, then you're good, because otherwise I've got them there.
It came from Dave at 8:38 this morning.
Oh, okay.
All right. We've got 4 different attachments. Which one would you like to start on?
Just the talking points, just the notes.
Okay.
First of all, good morning. Thanks for your time this morning and consideration on what we're going to be proposing as what we consider immediate needs for the remaining.
You can take your mask off if you're comfortable
Yeah.
when you're speaking, just because it is easier for us to.
Sorry about that.
Nothing
Yeah.
like being up first, your first
Yeah.
mid-year budget with us.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have been last today, but so I'm going to present 4 items that are listed: the WellPath medical contract extension, RFID mobile resident tracking and management system, staff training and professional development, and then the bottom one, 3 JDOs with 1 to be deferred until next year. So basically, we're just talking about 2. Melissa will talk in detail about the medical contract, but first, the RFID. Currently, our system at the Youth Services Center is old. It's obsolete. We're currently on paper right now because the system doesn't work. The manufacturer no longer supports repairs, replacements, things of that nature. I believe that's the system that was installed when the building was constructed, so it's about 20 years old. So that's number one. So what are the benefits of an RFID youth tracking system? Well, it maximizes success and reduce the risk of failure. It's a modern approach to executing care, custody, and control of the population. It eliminates a greater reliance on paper, and it gets the officers up from behind their desk and in front of a computer, and they can be more engaging with the youth. It authenticates staff presence and enhances real-time documentation, and it's a great tool for risk mitigation. Now, some of the functions, the key functions that it allows us to be able to do, to perform, activity and observation logging, med passes, youth movement tracking, cell and room checks, head counts, behavioral health level checks when you have individuals who are on a enhanced check because of behavioral health issues or suicide watch and things of that nature. Special statuses, keep separates, and cell conditions through cell inspections.
Stephen, and I know for security reasons, you know, if we're heading into an area that you're uncomfortable discussing, just let us know. But is this like a bracelet or something that the youth will wear that, I mean, just kind of give me a visual on what this system looks like.
Sure. The actual handheld is actually a Samsung device, so it'll be pretty much an upgraded cell phone. Military grade, so it can withstand being dropped, thrown, kicked, all the hazards of the job. But it's basically off of a platform like this. So that's one piece. The other pieces are like little hockey pucks that are strategically placed throughout the institution, as well as at each cell door. And then the other piece, you're correct, it's a bracelet. That's actually on the youth.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So if we go into number 2, the staff training and professional development, and I had mentioned this before, our staff need more tools in their toolbox as it relates to training in the areas specifically of trauma-informed care, gender-specific youth management, and motivational interviewing. And if you refer to the other attachment, if you would go to 2021 mental health versus intake versus incident data, do you guys see that one? My position is that we're a detention facility, however, our customer is a specialized population. And if you look at our 2021 intake numbers, we had 153 intakes during that year. Of the 153, 123 were children that were diagnosed with mental health issues. So they're on the mental health roster in one way, shape, form, or fashion. That's 80% of our intakes for the year had mental health diagnosis. Of that, 92% of them were females and 74.8% were males. If you look at our incidents for 2021, we had a total of 89 incidents that involved 133 youth. 123 of the 133 youth involved were on the mental health roster. So that's 92.5% of our incidents involved youth that were on the mental health roster. And if you peel the onion back even further, of those numbers, 49 involved females. 49 out of 49, so 100% of the females involved with incidents were on the mental health roster, compared to 88% of the youth. And if you look at the specific incidents, and there's a bunch, I'm just going to pull out 3. Resident-to-resident assaults, 91% involved kids on the mental health roster. Resident-to-staff assaults, 88.9% involved that cohort of kids. And self-harming behavior, 100% involved kids that were on the mental health roster. Also, I wanted to take a look, and we combined the 2020 and the 2021 data. And if you look at it real quick, you'll see that the numbers are pretty much in line with what the 2021 numbers were. So it's steady. It wasn't necessarily an aberration for 1 year. It seems to be steady. So with that, the staff are dealing with kids who need more attention than just to be detained. So they need to have the tools to be able to identify what some of the triggers are, to be able to identify what is a mental health issue versus just strictly a behavioral issue. And we're hoping that with that type of training and understanding and observation, then the rates of uses of force should go down. And that's definitely a goal. And that segues into our request for number 4. In order to be able to do these things, we need more staff. I know that's kind of like a taboo. I understand that. However, I feel that the data that we just provided here briefly tells a story. And it's a story that I think that we need to address. So those are the 3 areas that I feel we need immediate appropriation adjustments for the remainder of FY22. And as far as the medical contract is concerned, I'm going to let Melissa talk about that specifically.
Is this the final issue for this request?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
Okay, as of this morning, the contract with WellPath, we currently were splitting the costs. That was started, I believe, 2 years ago, and the state of Nebraska is our co-tenant at the facility. They picked up pretty much half of the cost of the current medical services. Half were allocated out to them, half are allocated out to us. As of tomorrow, that contract with the state of Nebraska and them is terminated. So now this was something I just got from WellPath this morning. We had an idea that it was coming, didn't know for sure. but it's here now, and right now, we're at that time where we need to negotiate with WellPath, and not to go too far into that piece of it, how we want to staff that going forward. So that particular item is not only immediate, but immediate as of tomorrow, so.
Can you tell us what other services the state's going to be using for theirs?
They have their own, the state of Nebraska is a little bit different than us in that they do have physicians on staff. They have new nurses on staff. They have a variety of different agencies throughout the state of Nebraska that have those. And my understanding is that one of the nurses from one of those existing facilities is coming in, and they already had their own physicians available to oversee that. So that is where we're a little bit different.
Okay. Now, do you have an idea, estimated increased cost? And Dennis, I'm not seeing, and maybe it's just me, seeing dollar amounts attached to all of these. Is that a separate issue? I mean, we talk about the mobile tracking system and staff training. Is that on a different page?
I think on some of it, some of the dollar amounts were on the department responses.
Okay.
Yep.
So if you pull up that document, you will see, I think at one time when we were looking at some of that, I think this was like a $20,000 number. I don't know what these changes, what that means.
And that was before learning of the now definite decision of what was made. So my estimate now is higher than that, but I would hate to throw anything out without having that discussion with our county attorney's office and the vendor before bringing that information back to you guys.
I mean, because from my standpoint, I would say what Melissa's talking about is the number one priority.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at this point in time.
Right.
I mean, so I think from there, I think Melissa just needs to kind of talk with who she needs to kind of figure out what kind of costs we're talking about. The other items,
Do we need a motion then for, or I guess it'll come back on a contract? Okay.
yeah, I think the other items, some of it with some of the stuff Stephen was talking about at one time, and some of these numbers maybe have changed too, because I'd seen some workings with IS.
Yes.
So did we get a dollar amount on that?
Not a official amount, no.
$13,000 to $18,000 for internal, and I verified that there would not be any ongoing maintenance aside from usual IS billing. So they would really be folded into usual IS overhead. Maybe $13,000 to $18,000 upfront, which
Okay.
is substantially less than what the vendors I think were providing.
Okay. Okay, so I also, and I don't know, Melissa, if you want to talk about this, or if Stephen wants to. I think we probably need to address that CJJA contract that we're moving back to next week for approval. So, in the response, the CJJA contract will be coming up next Tuesday for approval. With approval of that, it will automatically require $50,000 for additional appropriations. They're able to eat the other piece of that, but if we approve this amendment, it's going to require $50,000 there. Okay. So I don't know, Melissa, if you want to address that amendment.
Well, that, by what he's talking about with eating the cost, we're eating $175,000, and then it's not just the CJJA. it was another unexpected expense that had popped up that we're trying to eat within our current budget year. I think we would be close, but I have a feeling that if there was a request, it would be up to the $50,000 that I put in the letter. CJJA came on with us and did a site assessment last June. The project and the contract was not put in our initial budget for this fiscal year. So we are trying to eat a lot of that, and we were able to do most of that with just some staffing turnover and some shortages in other areas within the facility. We were able to cover the majority of that cost. But that's kind of a big reason for the bump in what we're asking for. So as far as the CJAJ services, they're the ones that actually helped me through the interim process. They've been extremely helpful. What we want to do is to continue that contract, and the support services for Steve are coming on as the new director, and our facility looking at best practices in the industry. So they are guiding us with that whole process.
So the let's say the $500,000, that encompasses all the items on the list.
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
But it is not what we picked kind of our top 4 and took the top 4 priority, but those are all really needs for either this fiscal year or the next fiscal year.
So again, it's just so I'm clear. So the 456,000 is just your top 4 items, or that's
No,
the whole list?
That's the whole list.
Okay. And is the list in order of priority?
No, it is not.
Okay.
It's just the different.
What is the
Areas,
total
correct.
cost for those, we'll call them the top 3 or 4 items?
And I also want Melissa or Stephen just to address one other item too, so that, because I don't know if, if the board has heard about like building items they want done out there too, within their own building. I think we need to hear about those too, because as we start thinking about what's happening, without us having maybe heard a whole lot about it, we probably don't have it really on our radar. So I don't know, Melissa or Stephen, if you want to just address it so that we get the information out to them and we at least get it on their radar.
And just as you're coming up, so there's 5 FTE requests in this?
No, that was scaled back to the 3 that I mentioned in my presentation, with 1 to be deferred.
Okay.
So it's just a total of 3, not 5.
What is the total cost of your 4 priority items? I'm not even sure I can list the 4 priorities right now.
The 4 priorities, the one we do not know, that is the medical contract. So that is an unknown
I get
number.
that, I get that.
Okay.
The CJJA one,
Okay.
if you approve that on Tuesday, that will require $50,000. It's like a $61,000 contract.
Yep.
But for the budget, that would be 50.
Okay.
And that's not in those top 4 priorities. That is an addition.
That's above when it starts breaking it out.
Yeah.
So what are the top 4 priorities that we keep, like, just list them for me?
The RFID system,
Okay,
that's
All
a
right.
top one.
okay, so those, it's that, okay.
Yep. The
Medical
professional
contract.
development and the additional staffing.
Okay. Ballpark those 4 items, please.
Ballpark 4 items.
And I totally understand the well past medical.
300,000.
2 to 300,000, you said?
I'm staying closer to 300,000.
Okay.
And with the staffing request, we are trying to put in there for professional development and bringing in some of those tools for our staff. But we have to be able to get our staff off the floor to be able to do some of those things. And our current staffing matrix isn't set up that way. So that's the reason, the back story to that.
Okay, so the JDOs would be more important than the other two positions.
Potentially, yeah. I guess
No,
that
I
be
would say,
one.
yeah. The way that the facility has historically been staffed is it's staffed at minimum. And in that minimum, it includes your supervisor and your team leader. So basically, your supervisor and your team leader are counted in to the post count. So with that, there's absolutely no room for training, for in-service training. There's no room for unintended outside hospital runs. So you automatically, with a hospital run, especially on a third shift, you automatically drop below minimum staffing. So then you don't have anybody to respond to a level call if a level call takes place. So the way that it had been staffed, it was always staffed at minimum.
Okay, I think, yeah,
I was
we
so-
understand that.
I was always told we specifically didn't have minimum staffing requirements. Because I've asked this question every year. And I was always told we didn't have minimum staffing requirements out there.
Well,
We had a gender minimum, but not an overall staff number minimum.
that gender minimum, was
Yeah, yep.
very new to me because I've never seen that before.
Sure.
And I think that was, the way it's been explained to me, that was a negotiated item.
Sure, yeah.
But the way that we're staffed and the way that they're scheduled, from what I've seen since I've been here, is at minimum.
What is the minimum staffing requirement?
Well, the minimum, what he's trying to refer to is, so we have a set number of units that we are operating, and we need bodies for those areas. The staffing matrix, the current staffing matrix includes a supervisor or team leader, potentially staffing one of those areas.
Okay.
So, minimum, you are correct, it's been, there isn't a true minimum staffing, because in all honesty, any one thing, like he had mentioned, an emergency run to the hospital, a kid that needs to be on constant supervision, all of those different aspects require another staff, meaning that minimum level just changed. So it's really not an exact set number.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any more questions for Stephen or Melissa? Because we need to move on or we'll be here until the sun sets.
One quick thing, I just want them to address their
building.
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 Okay. building.
We've run out of space with the co-tenant. So as far as office space, as far as conference room space, breakout training space, a lot of that was lost with the co-tenant. We brought on a new administrator who doesn't have an office. So we're looking, or we're in conversation with just taking a look at the physical plant inside, because there's a lot of wasted space. There's a lot of space that's open space that's not being used. And seeing if there were some ways to convert that into cubicle space or a conference room that can be used multi-purposely as conference and training. So that's what that conversation is. It's we have two entities under the same roof, and the space is very, very limited, and that's what that. I believe that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, yep.
And that refers back to your comment, Dennis, about things that aren't on the facilities plan that are going to
Right.
pop up.
This is one of them that's not on the facility study, that we would have to prioritize that over what's next out there.
Okay.
And you have done, are you working, you requested a facility analysis, correct?
That's correct. We've been in touch with Karen.
Yeah.
Okay. So then
Yeah, I was
we'll
gonna
be
say,
back with
she's
some.
here.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll be back with some dollars and ideas at some point in time. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And last
sorry.
comment from me, because we got to, we got to remember at times, some stuff is PBC items, some stuff is county items. This building is county
County.
items.
Okay.
So we can't get Karen to fund it.
Darn it. Okay. All right, I guess, Lisa, you're up next.
So today I asked Lisa to come because there's been some discussion about the move for the veteran service out to Victory Park. And I just thought, again, this is an item that we don't have in that facilities study that we need to figure out what kind of priority is it for us. And so I'm going to let Lisa talk about the project today.
And this will be a county or PBC?
This would be county.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I could talk briefly about the budget real quick. We don't have too many things of high concern, but we have had retirements, new employees coming in, so we are a little short on office supply funds, so we're asking for a little bit more to help our new employees. We also need a little bit more money for enrollment fees for required training for new service officers. And then we did go over on our meal budget for training this year, which I think was just a slight oversight when they created the budget last year. Otherwise, we should be pretty good on our budget.
Okay.
So when I came on in August, kind of been paying attention to our space and how accessible it is to the veterans, widows, dependents. We are not in a very good location for people to find us. Some of our veterans and widows are to the point where they just can't walk that far to get to the north entrance and then make it all the way to the third floor. We have some, we have to take a wheelchair down and then wheel them up. In my mind, that's a huge liability, and I'm not sure we should be doing that anyway. So I kind of got into conversations about a potential move to a location that would be better suited for our veterans. The Victory Park project is up and running. Aging Partners showed me a space that they will not be utilizing in their portion. So we did look at it. I did get Burlington Capital to send us over a potential lease, which is actually with county legal right now. They should have something finalized by next week to present to you as well. But we did include in today's meeting the architectural fees. So Eric Sullivan Architects has given potential numbers for renovating the space that we're looking at. So it looks at total project design right now, barring any catastrophe that would raise it. It's looking at about $48,000, and we already have the office equipment, stuff like that, to move. So I just kind of wanted to put that out in front of you guys to think about for this possible next year.
This 48,000 doesn't have construction materials in it, right?
I believe it included all of the construction.
It just looks like design fees.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
And it could be, and I can go back to them and ask them. Scott put this together so that it could be developed in 2 phases, pending board approval.
And here comes Karen.
Okay.
Okay, come on up, Karen.
May I speak too with you
Yes,
this morning?
absolutely,
Thank you so
please.
much.
You know more than I do about this.
Yes, you're correct. This is design fees, $48,000.
Oh, okay.
And that's all well and good. I guess the other thing that I want the board to keep in mind too is the furniture piece. They were in the 605 building. You just furnished it. This could make a lot of sense for this department. I'm certainly not here to give my opinion one way or the other on that. But the furniture that's in there right now is designed specifically for that space. Those offices are large. They're proposing moving from 1,900 square feet to, I think, 2,100.
2160.
2160, so their footprint would be increasing, but I think the deal is that you won't be paying rent. They recognize the value.
Correct. We're looking at a 20-year lease with an additional 2 10-year options, rent-free.
I can't beat this.
Kinda nice.
No, you can't beat that.
I said I'm done. I
Yeah.
can't do this. But, there's, the moving costs. You'll be absorbing the information services costs. And I know you know all of this, but
Right.
I just wanted to remind you of that furniture piece too, because everything that's in there was custom made for those offices. And whereas you get to decide if you want to try to move and retrofit that or furnish this out, that would be on the county.
Do you have in mind somebody that would utilize the current space?
I've thought about it, and I have a couple of ideas, yes.
Okay, so you don't want
I
to
don't know how fast that's gonna move, and.
Because we'll still be paying rent on it while no one's there.
Right, because what usually happens, like we do, this is the revenue piece that we tend to forget about, is that we pay Karen for some open space over there until that thing gets
Yeah.
filled up. And so that is a piece that would also come into play. So we gotta remember all the pieces, and the zero rent sounds great, but how do we build it? How do we pay for everything to get to that zero?
And it's rent per square foot is zero. They have common area maintenance charges, they're gonna have pass-through charges, they're gonna pay for parking. All of this is adjusted probably annually. And one of the things that I've suggested is, I know
Utilities.
you understand what those costs are, and it's a newer build-out space, so they can't get exact, but they should be able to provide us approximate cost for square footage for all of that. And then just understand that there's gonna be escalators built into that lease, I'm sure.
And legal is working with Burlington Capital right now to get those figures.
I mean, you can probably take this 48,000 and take it times 10.
Probably.
That's what I'm thinking.
But actually, this is a move that would make so much sense for the veterans. It really would, because out there it is simply drive up, you go in, it's zero entrance, everything is right there. You've got the medical
Yeah,
needs.
the
and-
C-Box right there on property.
Yeah, it is just really actually a common sense move.
Yeah, and
It could be, yes.
I, like I said earlier, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with everything that people are gonna talk about are good things. The thing is, how do we fund the cost up front?
Right.
That's where we're gonna struggle at, because you're also gonna look at the facility study, and you're gonna see, extension office. What have we been doing with that for so many years? How many things have we been pushing off for so many years? We got a lot of things that are trying to come after the little pot that we've got. So that's why I want the board to hear this stuff, and we're gonna have to set some type of priorities.
Lisa, the contract you're referring to with Burlington, what exactly is that?
I discussed with Burlington Capital to send us at least a lease contract so we could see what it would look like,
Okay.
and get it over to legal so they could take a look
Okay.
at it and see if that would even be.
That's just the future, okay, that's the future
yes.
lease obligation, has nothing to do with construction costs and all of that.
No.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Sounds like it could be beautiful and state-of-the-art and very accessible.
It would be nice, but I mean,
And if,
we are happy where we're at too, so.
yeah,
It's a lovely facility up at the 605 as well.
But it is
I have
a-
to put
It
that
is.
plug in there too.
Yes, it absolutely is.
It's a
It
question
just
of
really is
accessibility.
not, it's not handicap accessible when they make it to our office.
Yeah.
So it makes it difficult for veterans in wheelchairs, things
And
like that.
One of the critical things too is, I think that was pointed out, is that there is not a handicap bathroom.
Correct. So we kind of struggle with some of that stuff.
okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And Karen, hang around. All right, Terry and team, I take it? And you also have a response letter that we need to be referring to, correct?
Correct. Basically, for this year's budget shortfall, we're looking at about $306,000, and that is mainly due to unanticipated retirements and the PEP payout. So we've had 4 retirements, or we had 2 at the end of the year and 2 upcoming here that the two upcoming we hadn't anticipated. So, we're losing folks with 31, 29, 41 years of service on, and the PEP payout is, of their sick leave, is the cost there that you see, and then the unbudgeted cost of living raises for elected official and chief deputies. So that makes up the anticipated shortfall in what we had originally budgeted.
So, Terry, so with these unexpected retirements, at some point then you will be down a few employees. So talk to me about your hiring process, and because you've always got timing on when you hire.
Correct. We are about 6 employees down now. I believe last year we had authorization to continue on at the 6 and 6. We still haven't been able to fill that position, along with, one new deputy not making it through Grand Island, another deputy not making it through the field training program. So we're about 6 employees down now, and then add on 2 more upcoming. So, we're still in the hiring process. We're testing right now, and we've tried a number of different things, but we're continuing to try to recruit and hire replacements for those employees that are retiring and leaving.
Because I always remember there's a timing for getting them out to Grand Island.
Well, it's
and all
usually
that.
about 9 months. I mean, when you back it all up, it's about a 9-month period from when we get them on board, get them through the Nebraska Law Enforcement Training Center, the field training program, so yeah, it's a long process, no doubt. We have to have all of their application stuff in 30 days before their class starts, and then we need about 45 days before that to do the testing, background checks, all that sort of thing.
The next academy is in January, the following one is in May, and then the next one will be in August.
Yeah.
So that's our timing on when we're going to be able to replace. We are planning on hopefully doing another lateral hiring process, and then we don't have so much, depending on if they are out of state. LB 51, that now is law, did not answer that question very well about out of state laterals. They are working on that across the way, and hopefully they'll get some answers on that and be able to take care of it.
So, guys, is that number that you've got out there, is that strictly payouts, or is that taken into effect possibly some savings also because of the time they're going to be gone? And so
It's taken into account.
It is, because they're not gonna.
so this is the net amount.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's what we need.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to
Okay.
make sure.
Sorry.
So we have the official, like April is when one's leaving, so I have his salary from May, June. And then the other one is kind of a tentative date, and so his is also from the start of April.
Okay, yeah, that's
So that
fine.
is
I just wanted to
factored.
make sure,
Yeah.
in my mind, I had it as net or,
Yep,
okay.
yep.
When Ben talked about lateral, we were able to do this about a year ago before LB 51 took effect, and that was a South Dakota officer whose wife took a job with Bryan Health here. So we were able to hire him, avoid the time and money of the academy training, do a shorter reciprocity training in our field training program, and get him on the road. So we tried to do that in December. Part of the issue is our contract is not settled, and so that leaves a little bit of uncertainty in existing officers' minds that we might recruit from. So everybody's kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul here, but that's we're hoping that some out-of-state officers might think Nebraska's a pretty attractive place to work, depending upon where they're at. So. Make sense? Okay.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
Eric. Ready? Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time and your attention this morning. I'll try to be brief and concise and just narrow it to the issues to get us through the district court through the fiscal year. The first issue is the out-of-county jury trial that is happening in State versus Felipe, I think it's Vasquez, and that is in Columbus. So there are certain expenses that are going to be associated with that. I have tallied up those expenses, $85,000 for legal services. The defendant in that case is being represented by court-appointed counsel. So there are expenses associated with that. And then $25,000 for jury expenses with that trial. And then $10,000 for room and board for the judge's bailiff, and then also for court-appointed legal counsel. So that would be $120,000 for the out-of-county jury trial that's happening. The other issue regarding this fiscal year would be depending on the estimate, it's courtroom scanners. So the state has issued a mandate, essentially, the Supreme Court, that all exhibits must be electronic now. Submitted at trial. So while they are now implementing their courtroom technology upgrade initiative, that's to handle audio-visual equipment, which is nice because they're paying for a portion of that. That's been a huge issue for the district court for the last, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 years, is to upgrade that technology.
Try 10 to 15.
Oh, okay.
Long time.
I believe that. So there is sort of good news here in that the state is going to absorb those costs to update our courtrooms. They're actually coming to do a walkthrough on February 16th, do an assessment, see what we need to upgrade, but that does not include courtroom scanners, unfortunately. So that would be a county expense. My uneducated guess for those courtroom scanners, for 9 scanners, was $4,500. I got the IS estimate back, and it was $4,500 for 1 scanner. I mean, there has to be some middle ground there, I would think. But going on IS's estimate, that's $40,000. Going on my estimate, that's $4,500. So that needs to be addressed one way or the other, because most attorneys know that these exhibits need to be in electronic format. Self-represented litigants do not. And in order to keep the courtroom proceedings going uninterrupted, that's the best way to make sure that they have access to a scanner, can scan their exhibits, offer them at trials and at hearings.
We have to have 9 because we have 9 courtrooms.
Correct.
We can't share.
Well, then the logistical issue becomes, where do I put the scanner? Are they going to go into other people's courtrooms while they're busy? Or where, I guess on the 3rd floor, where would I put just 1 scanner or 2 scanners? I think for continuity of hearings and courtroom proceedings, that makes the most sense. I'm willing to look at other logistical.
But you are doing some research to see what other options are out there other than 45,000.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because I was blown away by that. So those are the 2 main issues. I also just wanted, I touched on the courtroom technology update. They're coming through on the 16th. I have asked IS to be with the state to go through and make sure that they are on the ground level of knowing about this technology. I know that in the past, my predecessor and juvenile court and the clerk's office have asked for a dedicated IS staff. I think it would be a good idea for that to happen now at the ground level. Juvenile court's getting new technology. We have someone who's dedicated on Monday and Thursdays. His name's Tanner Moormeyer. He has developed good relationships with the court, judges, clerk's office. That's something to consider in the future. There's also this question of a support staff position. Historically, we've had a bailiff 1 position that would handle work release. Work release has gone by the wayside during the pandemic. Right now, Jennifer Kolwicki, the referee, handles funeral leave requests. So I would like to work with Nicole Gross on maybe reevaluating, recharacterizing that position, and potentially filling it with someone who might be able to handle those funeral work release, funeral requests, And then also some clerical things that happen. That would be a part-time position that
How many times a week do funeral requests come in?
I'm sorry, what?
How many times a week do you receive a funeral request?
You know, Jennifer would be able to answer that question better. I don't know. I think it comes and goes.
Okay.
Yeah. But it does happen.
So Amanda, let me ask you
Sure.
a question. On the out of county trial, how long did you estimate that out
Sure.
for?
So initially, I thought it would be 2 weeks. It has now been extended to 3 weeks. So it will start March 7th, and it will go through March 25th now. So initially, I only estimated for 2 weeks. They're going to have 60 to 70 witnesses in that trial.
And that's all at our cost.
It is.
So
Yeah.
the 131,000 you have here is,
That's
Oh.
a baseline. I was told by IS that they will not send a technician up to Platte County for that trial. So we will likely receive a bill from Platte County IS department to pay. While I'm here, so there's also expenses associated with transporting Mr. Vasquez to Columbus, and then also security during the trial. As I understand, memorandums of understanding are going back and forth between our county attorney's office and the county attorney's office in Platte County. The sheriff's office here probably has a better idea of what's going on. Did they leave?
left.
They left. So I think something is being worked out between the two so that our sheriff's office is going to do the security up there. But I'm not sure. That's kind of the extent of my knowledge. I should have grabbed them and asked, but.
My understanding as well, we'll be seeing some kind of contracts come through to memorialize all that.
okay.
So that is my hope, that we won't be getting a large bill for security from Platte County. And I know that the judge would also Judge Jacobson would feel more comfortable having his own guys up in Platte County for that trial.
Then we can assume there's going to be overtime costs for the sheriff's office because we're going to have, I would assume, 2 people up there.
That
Okay.
is, yep, good point. Trying to think if there's anything else about the trial. We're going up to do a walkthrough on Tuesday, and we'll be relying on, the state is going to send some IT people for a walkthrough, so that's helpful. And then also, Platte County has their own dedicated IT person, and so that person will be there to answer some questions about working with our state-issued laptops and how to get it on their network and on their system, those sorts of things, so.
March 7th is coming soon.
It is, and the judge mentioned that yesterday when we were talking. I was like, "Oh gosh, don't put it in perspective." But there's a lot that needs to happen to get this to run smoothly. So, yeah, a lot of working pieces. Other than that, just future expenses. I know that's not the priority today, but we're putting a working group together of stakeholders to address court-appointed legal services and the costs that fluctuate. I anticipate they will continue to rise. Any questions?
Well, I guess keep us posted because obviously the 131 you have in there now is not going to be sufficient.
It's not. That,
And do you need the scanners mid-year or can that wait?
that can probably wait.
Okay.
Right now, what's happening is they're taking the exhibits, running them out of the courtroom, scanning them, and then emailing them to,
The judge.
yes.
Okay.
And then the bailiff gets it to where it needs to go. So that's currently what's happening. It's not ideal, but it works.
And I don't know how quick you can even get those scanners.
Yeah, no.
I mean, some of that.
Supply side
Yeah.
issues, very true.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. So.
A lot for your first year.
It is. We had this, the Allo migration, we had the courtroom technology upgrade, we had multi-factor authentication rollout. Anyway, the days go real fast. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
starting? Or you just want me?
No, go ahead and jump in.
You have a letter
Good
as well,
morning.
right?
Thanks for your time. I have a couple items, and they're related to personnel. The first one is a mental health clinician position. Back when the state expanded Medicaid, there was a surplus in the mental health area that where money became available, and so requests were made by the different agencies in our region to what could be helpful. And so about a year ago, I submitted a request for a new mental health position at the crisis center. They finally got around to it in October or so, and late December it was approved to fund that position for the crisis center as a service enhancement. And so I'm looking I can describe the position for you, what it would do, kind of the parameters of it, but what I'm looking to do is see if I can get permission to hire a mental health clinician with reimbursement coming through the state down from the region.
Would this be a step higher than your current mental health technicians?
A clinician.
Clinician,
Yeah, so it would be a clinician position, which we kind of had one back in the day. We had a position, but the position kind of worked with the district court and the crisis center. It was a hybrid position. That position went away back prior to the elimination of the mental health center. That position was on my staff, and we haven't had one since then.
Okay.
And so this position would come about to part of the parameters and the requirements from the state and the region to fund the position would be they would provide programming and or oversee programming, which would be running groups, individual therapy, contacts with family, and so forth, in the amount of 20 hours a week. In addition to that, they would also assist with discharge planning. There would be some follow-up contact with agencies and clients after they're discharged. And they would also provide some education and some other things internally in the position. And so there are requirements and parameters, and there are also outcomes that would be reported to the region that would go up to the state, but the majority of those are already within the measures that we already account for and such. So there wouldn't be an additional burden for that. I have office space. That would be available. I already have some spare computers that would be utilized for the position. I would have to get one of the new allophones installed in that location. What I put in for the budget for them to the state and to the region was. It was up to $106,275, which was a clinician at step 4 back when I calculated it, and about 30% for benefits at that time. That was the calculation I used. Now, for the reimbursement on this, it would be what they call a service enhancement, and that would mean that I would monthly submit expenses to them, and they would be reimbursed at that point in time. And so I would have to, within the accounting system, I would have to pull out the expenses specifically for that person and account for them in order to do the reimbursement.
So it would just be a percentage, like 1/12 of their salary and benefits, you just bill the region.
They usually require some fairly specifics on it and such, and so I probably would. I have not visited with Dennis directly on that, to how to pull it out exactly. But yes, that would have to be a decision point
And it's
too.
in writing that this is going to be an ongoing expense incurred by Region 5.
It will. They're working on drafting the amendment to the contract to do that. And that would be an ongoing expense similar to the other things that we get, the other funding that we have for services.
Best news we've had
Yeah.
this morning.
So Scott, when that gets finalized, then you can hire from there, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
they'll start reimbursing you
Yes.
currently.
yes, yeah.
Okay.
You can find someone.
Yeah.
That
And
was
and
kind of the
that is part
intent
of
of
it
your.
also.
yeah.
So yes, that is part of everything also. So yes, yeah, as far as the region is concerned, I could start doing it now, and the state is, but we would have to, with consultation, we felt the best avenue was to do the contract amendment and to make everything clear and
You
and
want a
go forth to
motion
do
then
that.
today, or just because it'll show up as a contract amendment?
We'll be getting the
Okay.
paperwork, we just want to make sure.
But yeah, I think the main thing is so that Scott understands, since we're going to get reimbursed for
Yep.
this position,
Go,
we're
yeah.
willing to
Yeah.
get reimbursed for this.
And we
position.
know your clients are staying longer
Yes,
because.
and that's part of what, there is other documentation, and that's part of one of the basis for it,
Yeah.
is the length of stay for the individuals who are committed and and that's why the state approved it, was to try to provide the service because we are keeping people in that capacity.
What are the
So,
regional
yeah.
centers?
If we're satisfied the contract is rock solid, I support it, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, then you got one more.
The other item is related to hiring of nurses. It's been challenging to hire nurses. We've had an open position that we haven't been able to hire since this summer. Currently, I have a nurse that is interested in the position and such. It is not a recent immigrant, but someone who has a work permit to work here in the United States. And one of the things that we're looking at is I've been consulting with HR and Dave in regards to this, and we are they're doing the research on sponsoring him for a green card. And in order to hire at this point, that's what would be required of that. And so I'm looking to see if I could do that also with this. Time, there are some other, time is of the essence for it. Do you have any other comments
But
on?
that salary amount is already in your budget, right?
The amount for the salary is there can be some there would probably be some costs incurred with processing it. The HR has done some of these processes before. I'm not sure if they've done exactly with the green card, and so they're doing some research right now. They've done some permanent residency applications or sponsorship in the past, and so there's attorney costs associated with that. Talking with HR in the last couple days, that could have been up in the range of 6,000, but they are consulting with the attorney right now to try to get a cost, but it was not available before this meeting at this time.
I think Scott really needs some authority to move forward with knowing that there could be up to $6,000 or so of costs for this. I would just remind the commissioners that we do have the loan forgiveness program. We will like to incentivize applicants up to $75,000. So this is significantly less than that. And the state would not be taking advantage of that currently. So.
Yeah, there's no loan forgiveness available to this gentleman. So.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll
Kristen?
make a motion to allow Scott to proceed with this.
I'll second that.
I think this is the first.
So,
I don't know if this ever happened before.
I
you wanna
think
call
for-
the roll for.
Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Melissa.
Yes.
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 So before Scott gets out of here, we're going to talk with Pam a little bit about amending budgets. Depending on how quick some of this stuff happens over there with Scott, because the crisis center is its own separate fund, we possibly might have to amend that too. So again, we just have to jump through the hoops. But I just want to kind of make sure that we all understand some of these depending. Scott had said we're right on budget, so a couple of these things, depending on how quick they happen, could force us to amend.
But you might be able to absorb it in your budget or not?
I'm not sure if I can. It's going to be really close because I also have a retirement for an open position I have. That person retired one other time, so I paid out a lot of PEP in the past, and so there's not as much in there. And I was hoping to absorb that, so I didn't bring that up before. And this would just be another addition to that.
So we'll just kind of keep an eye on it. as long as he kind of knows what direction he's heading, we'll keep an eye on it. If we have to, then we'll do it.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Scott.
See you.
Sarah?
Good morning. I have one request that's federal funded. It's for a part-time temporary worker. If you recall, we received 1.4 million in emergency rental assistance in round 1. Then we received additional emergency rental assistance in round 2. So we have spent all of our funding for round 1, and we are up then for a reallocation. We had to request that. We know that that's a need in our community, in our counties, and so we did put that request in. We're expecting it at any time. The only problem is it has to be spent as of now, unless this changes, September 30th of this year. So that's a lot of funding to get out for the one person that I have working on this. The feds allow a 10% administrative cost on this funding, so it would cover this position, it would cover mileage, it would cover anything associated with this position. Just like the other one we have, they work remotely because they're out in the rural communities that we have, and they're not sitting in an office. So that's the request.
So Sarah, with this emergency rental, the part that's got to be paid by September, is that just finishing out a piece, or is that finishing out everything we've got?
That is, again, unless the rule,
Yeah,
unless
right.
the final rule is not the final rule and changes again, then as of now, it's September 30th. And so the Emergency Rental Assistance 1 and the reallocation of Emergency Rental Assistance 1 has to be paid out by September 30th. So this temporary position I'm asking for would be from the time of the reallocation through September 30th of this year.
And maybe you don't know this yet, but what new things are you're going to try to get this out? Or is that still under development?
I mean, most of it's marketing. We've sent letters to landlords. A lot of it is just communication in these towns and villages that this funding is available, and it's having these two individuals out in the communities talking to people. The fact that we were able to spend this money in this amount of time already, it really shows you the need is out there.
Yeah, no kidding.
And the Voice News has done an article for you?
We were working with them. We'll talk about
Okay,
that.
yeah. I've got Darren on speed dial, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Perfect.
Let's do that. Okay.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Okay, so those were the departments that I wanted you to hear from. I think the only thing that maybe will be happening soon is that CJJA contract amendment. I think, Dave, that thing is put back on Tuesday's agenda. So that's the only other thing, since you heard, I mean, with Scott and Sarah's, we've taken care of that. You just have to understand, with approving that amendment, that is part of their numbers to come up with that 50,000 of their 300,000 that they said. Deb, you're looking at me like, okay. So.
Oh, yeah, or CGI, yes.
CJAA,
Yeah.
They've taken into calculation for them this amendment that hasn't been approved yet. So that's built into them needing $50,000 no matter what happens with the other four priorities that they brought up.
Right.
So if you do the $61,000 amendment, you know they're gonna need at least 50 right now.
Well, and I would assume for the med contract, I mean, that's not, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
that one's
man-
gonna be coming,
Yeah.
but the only one that's gonna show up real quick is that amendment on Tuesday.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure we're all kind of on the same page with that thing. Most of the other items that are gonna be happening, you know, people are gonna retire at the sheriff's office. That's gonna happen. You know, the court case outside the county, that's gonna happen. So, you know, there's not a whole lot that we can do with those. The thing will be is, I think at some point we'll have to make some decisions on those priorities for the Youth Services Center.
Well, and I know Lisa's, has she left the room? Yeah. I mean, if we don't take advantage, sometime soon of the space at Victory Park, I mean, how long is that option available to us, or would they refill it with something else? Refill, I don't know if that's a good word, but.
I mean, that one does no doubt have a timing piece to it, I would assume.
I'm not certain. I think what has happened is the conversation started between Aging Partners and Veterans Services. And this is a piece of the build-out that's going on for Aging Partners. And this is rental square footage that they don't need. So they would, I am sure, in fact, I'm very sure that in part that's why the professional services fees are set the way they are, because they're already doing the fees for the big space over there. They're just probably doing it on a square footage basis. So there's some savings to doing it that way. I would suspect that construction-wise, we would also see some savings in that by doing it at the same time as we would for that Aging Partners is doing theirs. Although those are coming, Aging Partners tells me they're going to be out of my buildings at the end of September. So, I mean, that's going to move pretty quickly.
I mean, I want some more information about it. I want to see some numbers. It seems like a really good opportunity. I mean, like, it at least on the surface right now, I think I would like to pursue it in some way at least, so.
Yeah, I definitely need, the dollar
I want,
amounts and all.
I gotta see the numbers to be sure.
So
but-
Karen, what's the best way to get those numbers?
Well, I've suggested what she needs to ask from Burlington.
Okay.
CAM charges are great. A portion of I need to see that quantified.
Yes.
I mean, you need to know.
You need to be
what you
involved.
Great, sure. Lovely to work with. She really is. And we've had a couple of really good conversations, and I've spent some time in her offices because when I took this job, I toured it, but typically when people are functioning well and they like their space, I leave them alone. I'm not traipsing through people's space. So she has huge offices up there. I don't know how many FTEs that she has. I don't know what her expectations are going forward.
Three FTEs.
Staff.
Right.
Mhm.
It's small. So they've got some empty space now, and they're transitioning now into 2,100 square feet. So
Which is
I don't
more or
know-
less.
More.
They're at 19 now, and so they're going to 21. So those are all things that I have no idea about staffing, and those aren't my questions to ask. But we need to quantify, and I will be more than happy to intercede.
Yeah, we need to
and
have
see
this
what
on
we
a
can do.
Thursday sometime soon to investigate this a little deeper.
And I really think, that space, it just happens to be there, the 2,100 square feet. And as far as that goes, I do believe that there were some conference rooms that they wanted to have individually for some of the clients. I don't know,
I
but,
think what they've got set up right now is all these offices are huge because there's small conference room tables in there. Now,
Okay.
they do have one small conference room up there
Okay.
that with social distancing, it doesn't get used a lot. She has larger groups that are coming in there. And
yeah.
we've got a common area conference room on the third floor, and I would suspect that they're probably moving over to there.
yeah.
Yeah, because
Okay.
the idea, I think, when we designed the space was they would be meeting one-on-one with clients in their office with the door shut for confidentiality
That's exactly
reasons.
what you have. That's exactly what you have.
Okay. All right, well, let's keep an eye on it and
Okay.
dig into details.
Okay.
And think about
On a
who could
Thursday.
move into that space.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I
Karen,
have a couple ideas, but I don't know.
Karen, once you have a little bit more knowledge of numbers, then we'll just get back in front of
Okay.
the board.
Sure.
Okay.
That sounds good. But I think you're right. If we're going to make this move and the space is available and we're going to experience some of the economies of scale and pricing and stuff, you need some things from me. So, see what I can do.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Joe, I don't believe you're on the agenda.
No, I'm not, but there was something I wanted to ask about.
Is this the appropriate time?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I apologize. When I sent the request for mid-year budget, we seem to be fine right now. There was an unexpected retirement that we didn't budget for, but right now we're okay. But in thinking about staff needs, I've been spending a lot of time this week dealing with law clerks. So we have 4 law clerks. There's 2 third-year law students and 2 second-year law students. They work part-time. They work 40 hours a week during the summer and then part-time during the school year. We had 4 law clerks when I started 38 years ago. So we've basically had 4 law clerks for 40 years, and we had 10 attorneys when I started, and now we have 25. I just spent all day yesterday interviewing first-year law students for clerking positions. It would start after graduation when our third-year clerks graduate. And the workload obviously has increased, and I apologize for not having thought of this earlier, but because of the timing, this is really the best time to hire people when I have unexpected vacancies. You know, it's not the same as right now where, and so it has occurred to me that if you would allow me to add a part-time law clerk, because I just did interviews, I would be in a better position to hire somebody who could start in May. It wouldn't be much of an impact on the current budget because it would just be part of May and June, and then, you know, it would be into the budget for the next year. So, as I indicated, because I've just been spending my time on that this week, and we have had turnover with law clerks. I know going to school in the pandemic's been hard, but it has occurred to me that this workload is obviously increased when you have that many more attorneys making requests for research. They also assist the attorney on the mental health docket and play a pretty important role in that regard. So I'm asking you to consider that possibility because, as I said, I just interviewed people yesterday, so the timing would be very good for maybe to be able to add one, and they wouldn't start until May.
And then for the next year budget, how much is a law clerk's salary for a year's time?
I was trying to get that information from my office manager. I think that, you know, we had somebody through 2020 who I think we paid about $15,000. It might.
I think the other thing that you also need to think about is when we look at future needs, Joe has 2 more FTEs on that thing for next year.
Right.
So I think we need to be thinking about this because what I talked about for this year that we're in, it's all FTEs that drove the cost increases. Yeah. And next year we know we're living off of a growth year, and our growth is not going to cover our personnel at all. So we're going to have to make some big decisions. And I just want to remind you, because we love adding things at mid-year, and so far we've done pretty good because the only thing was we've added, we're getting reimbursed for.
Yeah.
So I just want to kind of remind everybody of that.
Yeah.
I think it's probably got to be no new FTEs
Yeah.
on property tax dollars.
I agree.
Don't want to, be the no fun guy, but I think that's just where I'm at.
Yeah, and as I thought about this, it just was kind of striking to me to think that the number of law clerks we've had hasn't changed in 40 years, and but the timing for me would be great because I just did interviews, and this is the best time to try and hire people, and it would be just a part-time employee. So anyway, I just asked the board to consider that.
All right. I guess we're on to Pam. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. And yeah, let me know because we'll have to decide how many offers I can make. Thank you.
I think it's I know, yeah, okay.
So do we want to tell Joe no now, or?
I'm not interested in adding any FTEs at mid-year that aren't reimbursable.
I mean, I want to make sure so we don't forget about it.
If somebody wants to
and it's brought forward
make
again.
Motion
so.
I move that we do not hire any additional person at mid-year.
With regards to this particular.
In this particular one, yes.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Any other comments? Leslie?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait. This was to deny.
To deny.
Yes.
To deny.
So we denied.
So
it.
yes to the motion.
Yes to the motion. To deny.
Yes to the
Okay.
motion. To deny.
Reluctantly, yes to the motion
Okay.
on my part, but.
I agree. Like I see Joe's argument. It's not.
Absolutely.
He's not
No,
wrong.
no.
It's just we're just in a tight spot with what the budget's going to be.
Okay. All All right, Pam.
Good morning. We're still on morning. I did send an email out this morning with 2 attachments to it to everybody.
Did you send that to me?
Yeah,
What time did you send that to me?
8:30, maybe 8:15.
Okay.
I have an overhead one too.
Yeah, that's
You want
fine.
An overhead. So of course, if we use the overhead, then I don't have anything to look at. But we talked at a staff meeting, I don't know, maybe 6 or 8 weeks ago, about the need for county engineering to transfer some of our funding from our highway department fund into our bridge fund. What I've done here is, in this exhibit, is I've laid out what we're proposing, just so you can see exactly what it is, down to the nuts and bolts. In particular, we have grave concerns about Bridge D88 that is on Agnew Road, just west of Highway 79. This project is out to bid. It bids next Wednesday. So we're going to find out a lot about what construction prices for 2022 are going to be on Wednesday. I'm a little nervous about it. That being said, what I would like to do is add Bridge D88 construction on Agnew Road to the current year's budget in the bridge fund. I'd also like to add Bridge W50. We talked about Bridge W50 in last year's budget, and it was initially cut from the budget. Bridge W50 is currently closed. It is in the southwest quadrant of the county. We did receive a Transportation Innovation Act grant for this bridge in the amount of $200,000. We have designed a folded tub girder bridge for this, and this is a bridge design that that the commissioners approved me to go out for about 18 months ago. So the good news is we have the grant and we're done with the design. And that would be the way that I would prefer to do bridge construction in the future. So we're in the process of getting that bridge out to bid also. In addition to that, I would like to add the bridge design for S180 on Roca Road. This bridge was cut, the design was cut from our previous budget. The bridge is in very bad shape. It would be optimal to replace this bridge with the bridge that was approved in the budget, which is also on Roca Road. And the commissioners may recall that the set of Roca Road bridges is yet another set of triplets in the county, that they were all built in the 1950s with the same grant from the Federal Highway Administration. And so it's not really a surprise. The surprise is that Bridge S179 failed before S180. So we do really need to get the design on that rolling, in addition to the design on Bridge C253. That is a load-rated bridge that a chunk of it actually sheared off during harvest season this year. We were able to repair it and get it back open, but it is in very bad shape, and that will not be a permanent repair. And then also adding the design for Bridge C258 on Agnew Road, which is in equivalent bad shape. And then the commissioners have already approved the design for the additional work on Saltillo Street, mainly the adding of the intersection of 56th Street. And so when we look at these items, that adds $3.1 million to the bridge fund. So if we go then down to the highway fund, you'll note, and again, we've listed out exactly where we're transferring this money from. We're going to reduce our rock and gravel by $61,000. We're going to reduce our infrastructure repairs and maintenance budget by $695,000. We're going to reduce our bituminous surfacing contracts. That's our overlay. We've been really lucky so far. I'm going to kind of like cross my fingers, provided we don't get a 70-degree temperature fluctuation. Our asphalt maintenance is currently doing really well. We'd like to transfer 1.895 out of that fund.
I'm sorry, can you explain what infrastructure repairs and maintenance is?
Infrastructure repairs and maintenance is like erosion control on our bridges and our shotcrete projects and some of those projects. So by moving some of the bridges into the design phase, we don't necessarily need to do the expensive repairs to them. In addition, it doesn't necessarily make sense to put the amount of money we were putting into some of these bridges to repair them when we know that they really need to be replaced. As we go down the list for additional, where we come up with our total funding, we have that we did not budget for the revenue of the refund from the Nebraska Department of Transportation for bridges Y-181 and R-210, which is $120,000. We did not budget for the county bridge match money for the grant that we just received for W50. We are reimbursed when we bid. When we bid, we're reimbursed we're reimbursed 80%, and then the remaining 20% when we're done with the project. So we'll be able to bid this project shortly. That will be an additional revenue increase of $160,000. We have some refunds from Nebraska LTAP of about $16,000. We have additional workforce development reimbursements of $4,200. Just to cross every T and dot every I. We did get our $258 refund from Gaina for some copying expenses. In addition, our $25,000 for our garage adder fees has been added in here. Our reimbursement from the sheriff for recharging, we recharge all the fire extinguishers. And we have a tire service. And then lastly, we have some vehicles we recently sold at auction. And Dennis, I think this was the line item that wasn't on that sheet that we sent you a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
So you're going to see it's a little different.
Okay.
As we continue down the list, we have an insurance reimbursement that we had to pay the cost for, but we didn't get to book the revenue for. We have a underrun in our North 14th Street project. We have an underrun in our Bridge H207 project. We have a $90,000 underrun in our pavement rejuvenation project from last year, and a few other miscellaneous lapses. That transfer from the highway fund and the transfer and the spending authority for the additional revenue balances us within about $2,000 from fund to fund. And so I think it's really important that we get started on these bridge projects and that we get a few more designs ready to go. And then
So Pam, just a couple quick questions so that I make sure I'm on the same page with you. So basically, this $2.6 million number, instead of transferring it to the highway fund, it's going to go into the bridge and road.
that's what I'm requesting.
Okay. And then what we would need to amend the budget by is the 3.128.
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that in my mind,
and we always
sometimes
talk
our
about-
mind doesn't.
Well, I
quite
have
get
that
there.
engineer number brain, and you have that accountant number
Yeah,
brain, and
I know, mine's
I
usually
do
right.
try to respect yours, Dennis, but I'm not sure that's reciprocated. We talk about spending revenues and spending authority, and so I'm asking for the spending authority for the unbudgeted revenues as well as the transfer from the highway fund.
Yeah, I just want to make sure this is what we would need to bump it up by, and then we'd, instead of transferring that to the highway, we'd transfer it to the bridge, and therefore the overall total transfers that we've budgeted stay the same.
Correct.
You have a question?
I do have a question. Not that I want you to spend more money that we don't necessarily have, but I was hoping I'd see like a first step on that Malcolm Bridge that we've been talking about, like to get the design started, or so we can expedite that. And I know
So-
every bridge is important to the people that use them. I get that.
And the Village of Malcolm is here today, and so there they are. They were under the impression that they would get to speak on behalf of their bridge today. I don't know if that's what we do. Again, I do know that this bridge is creating a dramatic hardship for them, as well as the businesses in their area. There's a number of them that are struggling, and they feel that it would be easier for the businesses in the area. It definitely, the issue is the bridge, with the bridge closed, they have to go around the section to get to the ball fields, and or the city wastewater treatment plant. That, of course, is an active plant that has to have people at it multiple times a day. We have tried to coordinate snow removal with them and make sure that we're providing a higher level of service on that gravel road for them to get access if we have snow. But it still, nevertheless, is an extreme hardship for the community. We closed this bridge in November. The bridges that we've brought forward, we've actually been working on for quite some time. So the only way I can fit in the bridge E38 is if there's additional money appropriated for the design. The plan that I have brought to you today, unlike the plan of many of my peer department heads today, does not ask for additional appropriations.
Yeah, I see that.
So I wanted to come forward and let everyone know that, hey, we have some real challenges in engineering. We're doing the calculus to try to get to this point. If the board wishes for E38 to come forward for design, I haven't contacted, we would outsource that. I haven't contacted a consultant yet. But given the consultant contracts that we've had coming in for these bridges, I would expect it to be between $120,000 and $145,000.
And Nadine, I appreciate you guys being here, but this is our mid-year budget retreat, and it is not set up for public comment. But if you would share your names and addresses with the clerk's office, we will document for the record that you were in attendance in support of the bridge that we just referenced. Okay?
Thank you.
I have one other topic that I would like to discuss. And Dennis, I would assure, I'm sure when you were talking about like things we don't want to talk about really, but we're going to talk about anyway, right? You're referencing me.
Yes.
I know when it's about me. I'm still going to talk about it though.
I think it's just hard when Dennis hasn't seen what you're presenting.
But we have talked about it.
Okay.
So Dennis has seen this. He saw it, and maybe there was one number modified on this. We have talked about briefly, I believe 2 other times now in staff meetings, the need for county engineering to have an additional bridge and maintenance crew. One time I brought details, the other time we talked about it in general. I want to just bring forward some additional details on this, and I want to be very clear. Although our department dramatically needs an additional bridge crew, I am not asking for an additional bridge crew or maintenance crew in the current budget. However, I do intend to come back when we talk about next year's budget and talk about this. It's a complex topic, so I want you to think about it a little bit. Sometimes when we have our budget meetings, I realize that by the time I talk about staff and bridges and roads and maintenance, everyone's head has just exploded, and we don't necessarily have room in the room to talk about more strategic engineering decisions. So from a strategic standpoint, a couple things. One, in sometime around 2000, we started maintaining in the county subdivisions. And we now maintain about 100 subdivisions. This is a continual drain on our system. So if we're to go back about as far as I'm able to go back, maybe the clerk's office has some different numbers we can go back and find. If we're to go back to FY12 and FY13, which is as far back as I can go, we had 112 to 111 FTEs when I started as county engineer. Today we have 106. So I've continued to modernize the department. I was very strategic with the way I did that. It has been a multiple step process. Hey, I think there's still more steps to take. With that being said, what we're looking at is, if we can kind of point to the bottom, we're looking at a current backlog on bridge and county box culvert maintenance of 3.5 years, based on what we already have on our list right now. That is of concern because we get to the point where we're going to be closing these structures instead of rehabbing them before we get to them. So adding this maintenance crew would actually reduce that backlog by about 50%. We'd be able to get to that backlog 50% sooner. On how we would do that, there's a couple things that I'd like to offer up just for thought over the next 8 weeks, 12 weeks before we get to the next budget season. The first thing is we currently bid out some of our erosion control for bridges, abutments, and some of the voids we have. We budget about $150,000 a year for that. We budget an additional $200,000 a year for culvert cleaning. That means the culvert has, trees, rocks, dirt, whatever in it. And we could bring both of those items in-house, as well as we believe that we could take on a 20% increase in pipe culverts that we install ourselves. So in doing that, what I want you just to kind of have this moment for is what I'm presenting here is we believe as we come down, if we were to take the needed additional equipment and not increase our equipment budget next year, but just, hold our budget number, but add these items to the equipment list, we believe that we can almost equate that. In other words, I'm not going to come forward and ask for additional funding for these particular items. I'm still going to ask for more funding for roads and bridges. I think you're aware of how that's going to go. But I believe that we can be very cost effective. It is adding more FTEs, but at the same time, it's giving us the ability to manage our maintenance and our emergency maintenance more aggressively and more efficiently. I'm sad to stand in front of you, county engineer, and say how much time we spend figuring out the maintenance end and strategically approaching how we maintain things. I'm sadder that you're never going to see an engineer get an award for saying, hey, I maintained the asphalt really well and it was pothole free, and we're probably never going to be pothole free. Those aren't the things engineers get awards for. They get awards for really building really fancy, sexy new stuff. I'm coming to you saying that I think it's our responsibility to the property taxpayers of Lancaster County to aggressively maintain what we have so that we can preserve it into the future and extend the life of this infrastructure as long as we can. And so I know when we come forward and talk about FTEs and how we want to approach things, there's always that, the first answer is no. I want you to know that we've thought about this a lot in-house, and we've came up with these numbers to figure out how to better serve Lancaster County. I'll also say that when we bid out these projects like erosion control or culvert cleaning, and they're a couple $100,000 projects right now, they don't necessarily get the attention of the contractors. And so we spend an extreme amount of time managing, like, hey, are you coming today? What about tomorrow? You coming tomorrow? You coming next week? The management time of this would be a lot easier if we brought this in-house and we took care of it in-house. Dennis, did that at least make you sort of happy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a plan that I like a lot better than most of your plans, so yeah.
Can we just note that Dennis liked my plan one time in 8 years?
Can we go back to mid-year list? I guess I've never seen you outline it in that amount of detail for transferring between the two funds. Are these cost overruns that you typically see year to year? What made this year so unique in that, there were so many underruns and credits and...
So typically, we do have, and what you're seeing, of course, is the underruns. But typically, when you bid out a construction contract, it's bid out on units. So let's say, for whatever reason, we bid out, and I'll use like paint striping. We bid out 3 miles of paint striping, and then we only did 2.5 miles of paint striping. So then that would become a contract underrun.
Why were there
there's a
so many
change-
this year? Why, I mean,
There's always a fair amount. You guys just don't usually see them. Dennis and I frequently talk about them, and depending on how they come, sometimes contracts will run over. We're not in that scenario right now, and if we are in a scenario, then it's taken out of this current year's budget before we bid the next contracts. The thing that you don't usually see is you don't see us transferring when you guys have allocated a budget amongst the funds. You don't see us moving from one fund to another fund. That's what you're seeing that's different. That's why I did supply you with the detail, because it's not really something we've come forward and asked for before.
And I think for the most part, Pam's been trying to get her two funds a little more, this is doing this is doing that. So when she makes a decision to get, to look at some of these things that are happening, if she starts moving to thinking about taking care of a couple bridges, well, that's kind of out, then that's specifically in Fund 21. So we've tried to get more specific so we know, maintenance versus new stuff.
Okay.
And so I think it's just also part of us just trying to make sure we kind of keep doing that.
And I think it's also important, when I hear from constituents, I always hear like, well, why are you overlaying roads? You should focus only on the bridges. Or why are you, and the reality is in county engineering that we have to focus on everything, because if we only focused on one thing, the other things would quickly fall behind. And that balance is ever changing depending on current conditions.
Dennis, what action would you need?
I don't know that we really need any action other than at some point in time we're going to need to amend this fund.
Okay.
So it will all kind of depend on timing and how quick some of this stuff's going to happen, but we'll kind of time it out. It's kind of like with the crisis center and stuff. We're going to maybe have to amend this one. We know we're going to have to. Now it's time for, okay, how soon can we get this done?
Okay, additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pam.
All right, Michaela, you're the last thing before lunch. Oh, and Leslie, we'll give you just a moment to gather their names and addresses before they depart, the Malcolm representatives.
You want to go? Sure. You want that thing? I'll just get out of the road.
That was an okay way to handle it.
Thank you.
Because today we kind of really just want, Michaela's just going to really kind of address the report that was filed.
Okay, but we're going to wait till
money.
Yeah, we're going to wait till Leslie comes back.
Okay. You're not going to ask for any, okay.
No money.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to go over and ask Christy for lunch money.
There is?
Yeah, there's a snack.
Michaela, this deep in the day, the nerves are dead. You might as
Yeah.
well just,
Like it.
Yeah.
Well, it's just a quick overview. Ready? Okay, so this is the compliance report. It's a quarterly report that was due the 31st, and from here on out, every quarter, we will be submitting this to the Treasury via the portal. So this is basically templates that you could, that you're required to fill out. So some of it looks blank. It's just because it has all the templates. They have all the options to fill those certain things out. It's a pretty straightforward report. So it talks about projects, their names, how much we have currently spent in them, and then a brief description.
And you can scroll down, and then subrecipients. So this is, they call them subrecipients. I think we've named them different. It's either a subrecipient or a beneficiary, but for the purposes of the report, they're both labeled as subrecipients. And then the subawards. So what we have given those two through those two contracts.
So Michaela, we have paid for
1,162,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's really covering the CVB contract.
The CVB, yep, the community action partnerships, the vaccination incentive, my salary, and then ARPA temp and HR. That was helping with there's a temp. HR added a temp to help with the vaccination incentives.
And
But
that temp is no longer there.
No.
Okay.
So
It's over.
It was
she
very
was just
temp.
brought in for
Couple weeks.
a couple weeks to help kind of when everything kind of happened.
Okay.
And then we put down the federal reporting of taking the lump sum without doing the calculation for revenue loss. So we took the 10 million that was allowed. And then on this page, the second to the last page, there are questions that are blank. I just want you to know that's not an option to fill out in the portal. So I don't know why it came up in the report. I checked 3 times because that kind of makes me, and then I asked the city. I meet with the city ARPA folks weekly. And so we reviewed that and they said that they didn't see it either. So
I mean, by the next quarter, the template might change.
it might, yeah.
Who knows?
But in a nutshell, that is the report.
Thank you for taking us through that.
Yeah.
You said now it's quarterly. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
this
now,
one
so
is.
now it's quarterly. It's
And will
kind of-
those be available linked on the budget and fiscal website?
We've talked about this a little bit, and what we maybe, this format here doesn't seem very user-friendly.
Right, okay.
So, I don't know if I've talked to Michaela about this or not, but,
We could pretty this up and put some things out there so that they know where the expenditures
Yeah.
are. I don't know if this report necessarily needs to be linked, but we could put like the highlights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of a running total. of-
Yeah.
yeah, I think that makes sense, because, but if you have people trying to scan through here, that's probably gonna cause more
yeah, you're right,
questions
you're right,
and
you're
what's
right.
happening and.
And if we've
stuff
only
like that.
allocated about 2 million, we still have a long ways to go, so.
Yeah,
we're
and the
almost-
next report isn't due until the end of April, and then the annual report isn't due until the end of July. So we're sitting good.
Okay.
So, yeah, so it won't, I mean, we're not too far away from next budget year stuff starting. So, we'll probably just have to have a few more conversations this year about ARPA stuff as we're getting into budgeting items there. We're still gonna have to make some decisions. We still have people, still coming to try to ask, is there any ARPA funds for this? Is there any ARPA funds for that? So at some point, we're probably gonna need to have you make a couple decisions so that we can kind of give answers, so we can kind of move on from those requests.
Any other questions? If not, we will just stand in recess to reconvene at 12:30.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we will come out of recess and resume the Lancaster County mid-year budget review. Our 12:30 item is future funding issues and projections.
Okay, so we're done really kind of with the OpenGov stuff. So I'm going to be kind of pulling up back that mid-year budget PDF that
Okay.
that's like the 24-page document. So I'm going to go down to page 13 is where I'm going to start. And so what I kind of want to talk about right now is just kind of what are we looking at for next year's budget. You know, sometimes I start trying to project out for a couple years. I think right now we're at the point where we just got to, you know, survive and move forward. And so as I mentioned earlier, with our general fund and those and our additional appropriations and our union contracts that are going to happen, those numbers are going to kind of start throwing a few things off. And plus, this year, going into it, I'm really working off of this as like a growth year. So, you know, the assessor's office isn't going to hit commercial. It's not going to hit the real estate market, things like that. So it really comes down to what does a growth year give us. Last year, our growth was about 2.54%. I would expect it to be right around that 2.5% number again. So that's what page 13 shows you, is what happens with the 2.5% increase on what our levy is at right now. What you will see with that is it will generate about a $2.149 million number. Doesn't sound too bad until we look at some of the projections on on payroll. You know, I've always kind of put payroll and health insurance kind of between a $2 to $3 million number. We've been fairly lucky the last few years for health insurance. You know, we've had a couple years where it's been 0%. We had the 1 year where it was like 4%. But we haven't had, you know, one of those 18, I don't know if Roma was around here for the 18% one yet or not, but we had 1 year where it was an 18% increase. So
That's significant.
those make it extremely tough. So the good thing will be is we're going into next budget year with a 0% increase because we base it off of what we're at right now. And we know it as of January 1 for this next calendar year, we're at the same amount. So that's the good news. So what I've kind of shown down here under health insurance, even though it's a 0%, I noticed last year with just changes happening, it was about a $200,000 increase on about a $12.7 million number that we talk about. So that's kind of the good news. The not so good news is the payroll side of it. If I estimate at 3%, including the FICA and the pension, you know, it's about a 2.1 number. If I estimate at 4%, we get up to about 2.8, 2.9.
Yeah.
Then if it's at 5, it's about 3.5. And now I'm not really for sure what percentage I need to be working with yet because I don't know what I don't know percentage-wise what those contracts are going to mean to me. But, you know, those contracts themselves are going to be a $2 million number this year. So, so on a 2.5% growth on valuation, I mean, we're going to have to do some things. We're going to have to look at a few things to see what, you know, what can we possibly do. And that's why, you know, I mentioned earlier about ARPA stuff. Some of that ARPA money that we're getting back is for general services, I hate to plug the hole for 1 year with it, but it might have to be something we do, that will just be part of our discussion as we're going through.
Do we still have the the ability, if there is a large insurance increase, to buy it down like we have in the past?
Oh, on health insurance?
Yes, I'm sorry, I wasn't that clear.
Yeah, on that, and this year we won't have that issue. We might as we get to next calendar year, but I think with me and Dave being a lot more involved with Tracy, we're going to have a lot more discussions about some things.
Okay.
And Tracy over the years has always told she doesn't like the idea of buying down. But she's like, there's some other options we could think about. So we'll have those discussions. But there could be some things that we do with that. This next year, it's really gonna be payroll numbers that's driving everything. It just is. Because not only are we trying to get these current year contracts done, then we've got, we've probably got another one or two another one that's maybe was just an annual contract, so they'll be coming back to the table. And, where are we going to be at when it's negotiation time at that point in time too? So, we've got to also probably think about unrepresented, because in August of this last year, we were at a different time frame than where we're at now as we're trying to negotiate. So it's going to be the payroll stuff, because if you go to the next page, I just bumped it up to a 3% increase in growth. That doesn't get us all that much more.
No.
That's not going to solve the problem for us, at all. So it's so that's why I just kind of keep mentioning is that we've got to really pay attention to what we're doing, because we are going to have some issues. We just are.
And there are huge requests out there for additional FTEs.
When I sent that out, I was kind of like, you know what? Times are tough. FTEs are probably not. Most departments must feel like they need to ask anyway. I think what they're going to just force the no's.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to do.
Right.
They're going to be like, well, I was asked, I went and I had to ask.
Yeah. Just in the back of my mind, I think it was over 24.
Yeah, it's quite a few.
Because to me, what we really, like with the Scotts and the Sarah, they've got the funding to offset those costs. I think that's, even when we've talked about the engineer for some of that federal money and stuff like that, I think we got to really get to the point where we prove it out. Just don't tell us we got it, because when we look at the revenues right now, you see all the revenues are tweaked down. Well, if you were telling us last year that we were going to have revenue to offset it, did we really get that or not? Because when we look at everything, looks to me no, but maybe the piece that you were going to do, maybe you did. So I think we just got to get to the point where we just have to prove things out more. Instead of just you're good, see ya.
Yeah.
We need to go back and say, okay, now what we talked about, did that actually happen or not? And so I just think that part just makes sense anymore. And then we just need to, we're just going to need to pay attention a little bit more to what's happening with some of our revenues. Why are those revenues decreasing? Is it timing? Is it, or fees just going down? What's actually happening to us, and understand that any of those revenues going down strictly goes against our property tax request. So, and that's why I say we get too caught up with the expenditure side, and we also got to think about the revenue side.
Oh, here's all the positions right here.
Yeah,
I didn't
so-
even
On
need to
his
count.
list.
Okay.
So,
Not
yeah.
all of them are positions, but most of them
Yeah.
are.
So, so on page 15, I kind of threw this kind of stuff out. So, again, I didn't think it was worth having a ton of conversations about these, because everybody will have the ability at their budget hearing to talk about them. But I also want you to be able to see the possibility of the number of no's you might have to deal with.
Good at it, I guess.
Yeah, we'll get good at it.
And that's the toughest thing. That is the toughest thing without a doubt. And over the years, other than probably back in 08, 09, we haven't had to take a real hard stance that often. We were able to maybe do this and this, but now we can't do that. Now we're getting closer to, I don't know if we can even do this and this. So a lot of these items, and some of them, for example, in records management, a change in staffing, and they're at scanning capacity. I can go back and I can see that that's been out there for at least a couple years. Brian has mentioned that a couple times. So we're still surviving, so we're going to have to figure out what kind of priority it is for us. And sometimes proving some of this stuff out is extremely tough to do. It's tough. Under the extension, we already know that we got a base pay increase coming that way. So we've got to, we got to kind of deal with that, because that one's just kind of pushed down on us.
What's the I'm just moving to the next one. What's the tablet program for the Youth Services Center? Did we talk about that this morning?
No, I don't think we did.
Is it tablets just like we have it now at the adult facility?
So it would be tablets that the youth could use. So their phone system almost goes away, and then, they can probably do video calls and stuff like that. And Dave, the way I understand it, some of that then can be charged back to the youth or family. So it's kind of getting rid of their phones and moving to a tablet.
Okay.
And stuff like that. So, I think on some of this stuff, when we look at it, we might need to be having conversations before the budget hearing, to kind of figure out, what are we wanting to do?
You mean start saying no to some of these?
I think what we need to do is maybe hear some of this stuff up front, and then kind of figuring out. So, for example, that tablet program, is that tablet program something that we're willing to even think about? Mm-hmm. Or, you know what? Don't build that into your budget. We understand that that's something that we need, but if we're building it in, then we got to go back and cut it out.
Okay.
So maybe some of those conversations a little bit earlier just kind of help a group build their budget more realistic.
Right. And they had so many on their list. It'd be nice to see their order of priorities.
And I do have a question, and this is for you, both of you. The electronic key cabinet. Back in 2012, I was running for my first term, and it seemed to me that there was a big brouhaha about a key that was lost. And I was under the impression that money had been put aside to put in an electric key cabinet. Is this a replacement?
No. It was never done. So it didn't take place. We had the conversation the other day with them also, and that's why I know that it wasn't done.
Yeah, because I remember that you guys went into executive session, and I was asked to stay in to listen to that.
So
Oh, yeah.
we then kind of
It didn't become a.
we then kind of
show.
just told Stephen, when stuff's appropriated your way, we just might want to get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so that was just something that just didn't happen. So, so that's why it's on there. But again, so I think some of that stuff, it just makes sense that we maybe, and maybe with some of our new directors, that maybe don't quite understand what's going to be happening. And, maybe having a conversation with them a little bit earlier only makes sense. Otherwise, they come in here and then we're just completely saying no to everything they got in there. But when you do look at the list, you can see when you start looking at all of that, with the projections out there, we're going to be limited on being able to do a whole lot with a whole lot on this list.
Yeah,
So, because, even on some of the stuff like digitize the microfilm over there for the clerk of the district court, that could be a decent sized project. I know the county attorney's upgrade is for their system, decent sized number to it. And that's not even including all the increases in personnel that groups are going to be asking for. So we're really going to have to take a look at things to see what can we do, what kind of revenue sources are possibly out there to help out, but
So what would be the time frame for these pre-budget meetings, I guess is what we'll call them now? Knowing we normally start those in, May and June, right?
Right. I tend to get the OpenGov stuff out to the departments probably mid-March.
Okay.
And then they have about a month to build their budget. So, probably first part of March,
And we don't need everybody.
No, we don't.
Who are we targeting?
We
And
don't.
targeting's the wrong word.
I think,
Who are we asking?
I think from
see us.
I think from some of our standpoint, I think Youth Services Center, because Stephen's trying to get a plan made, and it's tough to understand what maybe is going to go with the plan if he doesn't quite understand, the restrictions or the capabilities and stuff like that from our side. Right. And he's never heard it from our side. So, so I would tend to think that group would be a good one. I think Amanda from District Court would be a good one, because
I don't know more.
In her numbers, she's talking about FTEs and stuff like that. And I know over the years we haven't added staff over there. We've kind of looked at that position to kind of be the go between for us, and we haven't started talking about others because you get to the point where everybody's bosses over there are state employees. It's the judges. And then we're sitting there paying for all these employees. So we would have to have real good reasons to see why we would be needing to add employees over there.
I would just say, as part of that, if for some reason we feel that that's a need, or they feel that's a need, I would say that we would structure that differently and say we're willing to appropriate $40,000 and enter into an interlocal and pay you that over 3 years, and the state can go get an employee. But we don't want employees. We don't want more employees than our core employees.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good one. I think also the sheriff, I got a little confused today when he was talking about being down so many people and being unable to recruit, and then the delays in the training, but yet we have, a request for another officer, public information officer. I don't think we've ever had that. So, and then, the ongoing fire range, CGIS, all those issues.
Right. And some of those under capital projects like CGIS, I think we're at a good point of being where we need. I think some of that is just kind of reminding us this stuff is happening. But yeah, I totally agree. I mean, some of it is, just keeping us staffed at where we want to be right now is kind of can be the tougher thing. And as we go through budgets and stuff like that, with us setting up our payroll information in OpenGov, we can kind of track open positions by department. So we can kind of see when we establish the budget, how many open positions are we going into the budget year with, and how was it compared to like last year, and stuff like that. So,
I think that'd be interesting.
So that will be interesting. The only problem with that is, without us having the contract signed, it's a little bit tougher for me to start projecting numbers out in OpenGov. So we'll get there at some point, but we might have to do some funky things at the beginning as we're just kind of projecting out what could be happening. But we can kind of look at that, and that way you can kind of tell us on, how big of a hiring problem do we have? I mean, does every department have open positions? Because we can, it'll give us some of that type of information.
And of course, it's not on this list, but, what positions are being added on the city side? We'd heard about some possibilities in HR, and, I don't know about the health department and all of that, because that impacts the amount that we pay under the city contract.
Right. Yeah, I mean, because it's no doubt that with some of that happening, you would think some of our costs would decrease a little bit this year as they're billing stuff out. The other thing would be is, some of their stuff's not getting billed out that quick. I haven't paid a quarterly payment for the health department yet this year. So, so some of that, is driving that too. So, what will happen is I'll end up paying 3 quarters here coming up as soon as I reach out to them and say, hey, you billing me? So.
Don't call.
What makes me nervous then is that it's going to creep into next year's budget and cause me bigger problems
I was
there.
being sarcastic.
But I mean, yeah, so it will kind of be interesting to see from that side on, what are we actually getting billed for, actual costs and stuff like that. What else for going into next year? Let's talk fund balance and cash reserve just a little bit. Like I'd mentioned earlier, we got our cash reserve up to about 16.6. When I calculate the number for 2 months worth of expenditures and all that, it's about a 21.3 number that we'd need. So we're at about 12.97% versus 16.67, which is the closest we've ever been to there. You know, it wasn't that long ago, our cash reserve was sitting at a little over 6 million. So last year we actually bumped it by 6 million because of the decreases in expenditures and a little bit of revenue that we had come in. So we were able to get it bumped up. Now what's going to happen is, if you look down below under the cash reserve versus fund balance, our general fund balance going into this budget year was 18.6 million. The cash reserve is at 16.6, so a $2 million difference. Now, what should happen is, if we receive all the revenue that we got and we spend everything that we budgeted, that would force us down to what our cash reserve is. So that would tell me our fund balance could be at 16.6%. So that would tell you we might have to come up with $2 million. And now, whether that means we reduce our cash reserve next year for a year, whatever, we got to come up with a plan. Now, if I got to amend my general fund and tap into more of that, that's just going to widen that gap. So it's not just what the departments will request to us. It's also going to be, how do we finish out this fiscal year? And this fiscal year, when we start talking $2-3 million, those are big numbers. And starting, you know, we start $3 million down, you already see that a 2.5% growth is only going to get us 2.1 of that back.
Right.
So we can't even get back to there. So that's why we will have to look at cash reserves. We'll have to look at our ARPA funding that we've got sitting out there. We will have to look at different things to see what can we come up with. But by the time we're probably done with this next year's budget, we're not going to have a whole lot of some of those tools that we've had over the last couple of years. Those tools will be gone, you know, when we move into the next budget year after that, because we will have used some of those just to kind of survive and move on. Let's see. And then I threw the 15-cent allocation down here just to kind of let everybody kind of know, remind everybody where we kind of ended up this year. You know, we bumped RTSD back up. I'm sure Roger at some point in time would like to get all the way back to that 2.6, but this will just show you there's just only so much room. There's less than 3/4 of a penny that we would have had room for this last year. Now that could have got Roger back up to the 2.6, but that's kind of where we ended this last year, was 3/4 of a penny down, and
3/4 of a penny equals about how much?
Well, on here it depends. For us, 1 million or 1 penny is about 3.2 million. So, you know, you cut that, it's, you know, probably
2.7 something.
So, yeah.
Okay.
But what I also did this year is I had Raymond Rural Fire District drop their sinking fund by that 0.75 cents. So what we were under was exactly about what we reduced Raymond by. So if I wouldn't have forced Raymond down, we would have been maxed out.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of have to, you know, we'll have to have that discussion, because we'll have to figure out what makes the most sense. But it will, we'll be close again. No matter what actually happens, we're always just right about up there. Okay, so let's jump into our last topic, and it's kind of the budget process for next year. The first item that I've got on here is LB 644 and LB 1250 for this year. This is the bill that talks about that new joint public hearing that must be held. And so, in December, we sat down and started talking about it here at the county level. So the assessor's office, because they're part of the postcards, the clerk's office, because they're part of running this and getting it organized and getting certain information, Dave, county attorney's office, we sat down and just started talking about what does this mean to us and how's this going to affect us. And then from there, me and Ron set up a Zoom call yesterday with everybody else, the schools, the cities, the community college, Southeast, and just started throwing some items out to them. Because there's certain dates out there in statute that says, okay, everybody, you got to get the information to the county clerk's office by September 5th. Then the clerk's office has till September 10th to get the information to the assessor's office. The assessor's office then has to get the postcards out. Postcards have to be out at least 7 days in advance, so that gets you to the 17th right there. The public hearing has to be held between the 17th and the 29th. And then on the 30th, the budgets have to be filed with the county and the state auditor's office. So September gets very, very tight. And so yesterday at the meeting, I brought up to the group that I was talking to, I said, what if I ask for the information by August 29th instead of September 5th? You know, it's a week ahead of time. Does that cause anybody any issues? And it did, and it really didn't. So we're trying to kind of slide things up a little bit to give us a little bit more time to get some things done, especially because it's year one and we don't know how great it's going to, you know, how great this is going to work. But so everybody was kind of on board with that. I originally told them that we would do the joint public hearing September 27th. LPS, Liz asked, could we move that back to the 22nd? And nobody else really fought it one way or the other. Some of them might have just heard about this yesterday, so they might not have realized it. So what we're gonna do a Zoom meeting every once in a while as we keep knowing and understanding more.
Like Hickman and Waverly?
So for the cities, it's Lincoln, Waverly, and Hickman. Everybody else is considered a village, so they're not part of it.
Bennett has moved up. Okay.
So then from there, then we've got, yesterday we had, I think, 10 schools, but I also invited the schools that have property in Lancaster County but are headquartered in a different county. Freeman's in Gage County. But if Freeman's numbers go up, we got to put on the postcard that Gage County is holding their hearing on this date and stuff. So the ones that overlap in, we got to know when they will hold their stuff. So I've got about 4 county clerks that I'll do a Zoom meeting with and just say, hey, you know, this is the information we're going to need from you, and we'll need it as soon as you know it. So
And Dennis, in the statute, doesn't it specify the exact size of the card and the color of the card? It's all of that. And so I'm just, in my mind, the font is getting smaller and smaller and smaller as we get
Right.
more of this information on there.
I don't know now that all it says is postcard. I don't know now that it specifically says
It doesn't anymore?
a certain size.
Okay. Okay.
So that's gone away. Because I was telling the group yesterday, I was like, the postcard might be, you know, this. We don't know yet as we try to figure it out. But we got to get information from all of them to start our process. But September flies by. Now, LB 1250 out there right now is trying to clean up a few items, but they make a huge change in there by saying, right now it says we got to do the joint public hearing before we file our budget with the state auditor's office on September 30th. Now 1250 says that we can't adopt our budget until we do the joint public hearing. If we held that on the 27th of September, we'd have to hold our budget hearing between the 27th and the 30th, get it adopted and get it filed, which is almost impossible for everybody to get that done. I mean, because Wilbur Claytonia said, you know, he was talking like, you know, we can only publish once a week and we got to have it there. You know, it just becomes a total mess. So I'm hoping that gets taken out of 1250, because then we can still do our budget hearing, we can adopt it, and then when we go to that joint public hearing, the information we're talking about is the stuff that we adopted our budget at. So, you know, there's nothing that's going to be changing. The other thing that I'll throw out is, with us living off the growth for this year, we're not going to be at that first joint public hearing, because it says if your tax request grows by more than 2% plus your growth. So that last year it would have been 4.5%. Now, our tax request last year was only a little over 4, so we wouldn't have had to participate last year either. If we're only at 2.5% this year, we're out. I told the group yesterday, I said, we're going to get all this set up for you, but I'm not planning on joining you there.
Thank you for taking care of them.
So, and because of a growth year, it might force other ones to not have to do it either. So this first year, we'll have to kind of see. But the bad news is, whether we're participating or not, we got to get everything done. You know, we got to get the information. We got to get the postcard sent out. We got to do it all. And then we bill out the postage and the printing to everybody that's involved.
Plan is to hold it here?
Yeah. Yep. The plan would be to hold it here. And what it really says is you got to have one representative from each political subdivision that's part of the hearing. And then that person has to get up, and there's a list of items that they've got to go over. And then after that, then you got to go back, and the boards have to adopt a resolution that has this information in there. And so, you know, a couple things in there says, you know what, anybody that shows up to the meeting gets the ability to speak for a reasonable amount of time. It says the hearing will be held at 6 p.m. or after. You know, there's a couple things like that. But I just wanted to let you kind of know, we're kind of working on this, and it's kind of, it will change, but we're kind of trying to throw out some options to number one, let everybody else know, hey, build your budget calendar around some of these days. Mm-hmm. And that's why, you know, somebody asked me yesterday, have you heard from any of the other clerks? And I said, no. You know, I said some of them might not have thought about it yet, because some might not be doing their budget until three more months down the road. So, so we're probably getting started early, but I just feel like we need to.
No,
Thank you.
I think that's great for you to kind of lead this organizational effort.
So, I mean, I was most proud of me being able to set up a Zoom meeting with about 25 people on there and pulling it off. I mean,
Yeah, good for
that was a good day for me. Okay, the other stuff on here, I just threw the instructions on here from last year. We'll have to revise them. We don't have to make any decisions right now and stuff like that. I mentioned, we usually like getting the payroll numbers ran so that then we can get it into OpenGov before departments start seeing it. So those numbers are already kind of forced in there. This year it's going to be we're going to have to work with a few departments because of the union contracts. You know, the jail and the deputies, those only really affect one, you know, each of those affect one department. Our other problem is the IBEWs. Those spread across, you know, everybody. So we're probably going to have to come up with a way to kind of guesstimate something out. And then when it gets final and we can get some more so-called real numbers, then we'll just upload it and override it and get the right information in there. So we'll probably be projecting a little bit more than we have been the last few years. But, you know, that's just kind of part of the deal.
And there's the one paragraph that says anticipates limited dollars will be available for additional employees. I say no dollars are available for additional employees.
This, I mean,
just make that a little stronger.
Right. Right. And so, like I said, we'll kind of set this up. You know, I do the same thing. I kind of put a story together for the budget instructions and kind of get it out that way. But we'll be having more discussions as we kind of keep going. But this is kind of what I did last year, and basically, you know, I'll be back as I'm trying to get this information together as we kind of try to set up on, you know, how are we going to ask for things? What are we going to ask for things? And I think the best thing is to let the departments know where we're at up front. You know, we used to get into percentages and things like that, and that was always a nightmare.
Yeah.
It just never worked. But I think, you know, on some of the stuff we're going to have to possibly push a little bit more is just operating expenses. You know, certain types of operating expenses, we're going to need to look at those just to keep, you know, because we know the payroll costs are coming. We know that. You know, we might have to look at certain capital outlay types of items. You know what? Are we going to need to push back for a year? Are we going to need to, you know, are we just going to need to, you know, trim those numbers up a little bit? I think we're just going to have to look at some of that stuff that maybe we haven't had to tweak as much the last few years. And I think we lay it out right in the instructions. So that because, like I said, the numbers are still going to be the numbers when they show up here, because everybody's going to feel like they need to throw out what they feel they need. But I think we also want to say, hey, we've been saying all along, it's going to be a tough year. It's going to be a tight year. We knew going in that we were going to have to make some decisions that we weren't going to like. So, I think, for the most part, that's really kind of what I needed to go over for that. Unless you got questions or comments or...
Please. So I guess we are awaiting those few additional grant contracts to come forward, waiting for some additional information from Karen and a couple department directors on a couple items. Amanda Phillips, a little bit more information on trial costs, I think, are the things that I kind of targeted coming up soon.
Right. I think the main thing also is just to... The one item that's going to show up on Tuesday is that CJAA or CJJA contract. So net effect to that is $50,000 for additional appropriations.
Right.
So.
Well, there's another thing too, and that's the well path, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, we don't know how soon that will actually show up.
We don't know when that shows up.
I think that contract has to be renewed in the next month or two.
Okay,
So
okay.
It's coming up, so they will have to start on that process.
Okay, because the well path is really huge.
Yeah. Can't be without that.
And we did just renew that contract. No, we just did an amendment for the adult. That just
It's going to be a similar situation. I think that I think that was a renewal.
Okay.
Or we will have a separate renewal. They're all about the same timeline.
Okay. Krista, do you have anything else?
No,
No?
you're very thorough, thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
I'll second that.
Call the roll, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Michaela, for all the work you guys did, and